All right, here we go. Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live. Aaron McAvoy here joining you guys out of Austin, and joining me tonight for this final live stream table here for the $1 million guarantee here in Austin is Mr. Greg Raymer. How you doing tonight, Greg?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Aaron. Glad to be here. Sad I'm not there at the table playing for the big money. Didn't quite make it, but at least I get to spend the afternoon with you doing commentary.
Absolutely happy to have you here. And also joining us remotely is Mr. Michael Peroni. What's going on, my man? How are you?
What's up, Aaron? Happy to be here.
Heck yeah. Well, we're jumping right into the action here as we can see Britt Baller here, who came in as our short stack, starting with right around 13 to 14 big blinds. Actually, no, it's a little closer to 20, I believe it was, actually. Sorry.
She had like 13 or 14.
13 or 14, that is correct. Okay, so she opens from hijack with the fours. Gets a 9-high board, jams, and is going to get snapped off by Terminator here, who's flopped middle set. And on our very first hand, it looks like Britt Baller here is headed for the exit. And sure enough, on the turn, she's drawing dead.
Wow.
And, well, just like that, we are down to 8 players. My goodness. Well, we started off with a bang.
Easy game, easy game.
Didn't even have a chance to introduce Britt, but Britt made the final table of our opening 500K guarantee tournament here at TCH Social in Austin. Got herself 3rd place for a tidy sum, but she is going to have to settle for 9th place. On this one, we'll get the payouts here up on your screen. So unfortunately, Brittany, first to exit on hand number 1, she is going to take home $16,600. Fantastic run there for Brittany. And that's also going to get her some good points for the leaderboard here. The opening stop of the Trailblazer Tour here at TCH Social in Austin.
Yeah, just a horrible flop for her hand. It's like she expects to still be ahead. Because if he had a bigger pair, he probably re-raised his pre-flop. So she's like, no ace, no king, no queen, no jack, no 10. Like, this has got to be a good flop for me. And if they call me with 2 overs, that's okay. I'm ahead. Instead, he's got her drawn to 1,000 to 1 long shot.
Yeah. I have to go back and see exactly what it was, but I believe it was something around a 2x pot shove there on the flop. Just, I guess, really trying to sort of take it down there with no additional streets, but definitely running into it.
I mean, I like the shove on the flop given stack sizes and all that. I probably don't open pocket 4s though with her stack size, because that's the problem if you like, what do you do when you don't flop a set? You know, if you don't win pre-flop and you don't flop a set, you're kind of in this no man's land. And he could have just been calling her also with a hand like pocket 7s or 8s, and he's just like, 1 overcard, I'm not folding, and she's still drawn to a 2-outer. So it's a tough hand to play when you're that short.
All right, here we are, heads up, going to a turn, monotone flop, front door flush, or I mean rather just a 4-card flush on board now. Neither player controlling a spade, however. So on tilt, Eric going to pick up top pair against my guy here who flopped bottom pair. And my guy continues with another wager, 225 for about quarter pot, gets called. And now we go check, check. On tilt, Eric here going to take this one down, 2 pair, and chip up to 8.5 million. My guy down to 2.5. And we do just have a few minutes left in this level. And if we look at our starting stacks here, this was 150K big blind to start, and then we're going to very quickly go up to 200K. So sort of do some quick math there and see that you know, some of these players are definitely going to be in a little bit of the danger zone coming up. Of course, anything over 10 bigs is heaps, piles, if you will, when you're here at a final table.
It's always nice to, you know, everyone's trying to get their nerves settled in that first orbit, and for these other short stacks to already lose one always feels good to, you know, at least get the first ladder off your back.
Yeah.
I agree completely. You're just like, okay, good. I'm not the first one out.
Yeah.
And like, and I'm not, again, I don't think Brittany's shove was a mistake at all, but you know, to people who aren't really good at poker, they're just like, you shoved all in drawing basically dead. Like, what were you thinking? And so it can be, you know, a little embarrassing. And that's one reason I love like TV tables like this, like, you know, where all the whole cards are being shown, because I feel like a lot of players who will make good creative plays will be less inclined to do so when they're on a table like this and everyone's going to see their cards. Because now, even if it actually was like a good bluff, people are saying, like, you know, gee whiz, you bluffed with 7 high. What were you thinking? And so they tend not to make those plays as often.
Yeah, there's always interesting dynamics for playing on a live stream. I've seen some people in my many years of doing this now, you know, sort of think, okay, well, now everybody's watching. It's time for me to pull out all the stops and, you know, bluff people with 7 deuce and 10 deuce and, you know, just sort of like put on the moves. And then, yeah, other people are sort of what you're alluding to there, Greg, just sort of like, well, I don't want to do anything stupid. I don't want to look like an idiot. So I'm just going to play, you know, like, quote unquote, like sort of ABC poker. And then you'll also find them like in spots where it's like they'll overvalue aces or kings or something on a very connected board because it's like, oh God, if I get bluffed off of aces or whatever, I'm going to look like an idiot. So they make big call downs and all sorts of things can get into people's heads. That is for sure.
Yeah, sometimes you're your own worst
live
enemy.
streams.
Yes.
And I think that's the difference too. I think on the cash game live streams, I see a lot of people who play way more loose, way more aggressive than they do otherwise. People whose game I know reasonably well, I see them on a live stream, and I'm like, what happened? Like, did you like smoke crack before the show started? Like, what's going on? Because they're doing so much crazy stuff. And but in tournament tables like this, like these aren't players who said, yes, I want to be on the live stream, sign me up for that cash game.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're going to be as likely to fall into that category of like, I'm going to show off.
Sure.
I'm going to like win a huge pot bluffing with 7 high. And so I think we'll see more people who might be a lot tighter now than they were yesterday when it was still 2 tables and 3 tables.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Mr. Will Lottie here joining us in the chat says aggression is what got Britt here this week and last. Sometimes it doesn't work, and you have to be okay with the internet seeing it. Props to her for sticking to her game. Yeah, absolutely, Will. That is the truth. Brittany, she when she decides that she's going to play a hand aggressively, she gets after it and can put you in some very uncomfortable positions. So you're absolutely right. That is sort of the style that got her to these back-to-back final tables in the big ones. Also shipped the tag team event with her tag team partner as well. So Brittany just on an absolute heater right now.
I like her shove on the flop. I think her choice to play pocket 4s to begin with is marginal and probably a little wrong. I suspect it's one of those things that if we put it through a solver, it would say like, you know, raise 10%, 20% of the time, fold the rest, something like that.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly. Let's see. We could back up the button, but feels like.
What do you think? Are you disappointed?
We got an almost all in here. The graphic says all in, but he held back a few chips.
Oh, jeez.
So he's not quite all in. He held back like 30,000 or something in red chips.
Okay. Yeah.
So the effective all in, and now Terminator's got a real decision here.
If it ran out 3 nines, I probably would have gotten it in anyway.
Yeah, and that's the tough spot. I mean, Ace Jack, you're like,
2 out there of 5.
you know, you're probably never a huge favorite. You know, unless you think Liam is ever going to like do this with King Queen or Ace 10 or something, then you know you're either a tiny favorite or way behind. So it's
So I'm not gonna...
probably a fold against most players, but I don't know Liam's game at all.
On to the next one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think in theory we're calling here, but again, like you said, Greg, you know, if Liam's not making the, you know, the wide enough shoves, it's certainly puts ace jack into question if he's not finding, you know, wheel aces and ace 10, etc. and the suited broadways.
Could have lost.
But again, he's also
Instead, I won a few thousand. It's all good. It's all good.
middle of the pack.
Oh, geez. Live and you learn.
Yeah, I think the ICM makes it a fold, whereas like if this was a cash game, it's a call.
Yeah, and chip EV, we're of course just flicking it in.
Liam did get sort of graduated to shortest stack after the departure of Brittany. So yeah, certainly the onus is going to be on him to kind of chip up and find his way into the middle of the pack.
I'm feeling better now.
So yeah, I mean there may be some dynamics also from earlier sessions, you know, day 1, day 2 at play in as far as both Liam's play and, you know, sort of Terminator in the tank here. A lot of factors.
Brendan asking, can't Liam have King Jack suited, Ace 10 suited? Yeah, absolutely. I think all the suited broadways are considering a jam here, as well as, you know, honestly, as well as worse aces.
Yeah, it's very player dependent.
It's very player dependent.
If Liam is super knit, it shouldn't take you more than 2 seconds to fold. If Liam's a traveling pro, the chips are beating him in the middle, I think. But even then, it's not like you're excited to make that call ever, even if you're 100% sure it's correct, because you'll know that, you know, sometimes you'll just, you know, be totally dead.
Sure.
You know, not totally dead, but, you know, you're going to run into all the ace kings and ace queens and kings, queens, jacks, even aces. And
Corey Iring entered the chat. Corey, I just came across your channel, man. You're doing some good work on the content front. Really enjoy it. So thanks for joining us.
Someone asked what are the blinds. It's yeah, 100, 200 with a 200 big blind Danny.
Liam here waking up with another strong holding. This time on the button facing a cutoff open from Travis, our chip leader. And a little bit oversized open here, 450, not the 2x min click open. We'll see if Liam does pick the in-between size here, not just going to stuff it for the 15 bigs. And this is going to make his hand look very strong, but does also potentially give himself an out in case there's a tremendous amount of all-ins from the blinds and back over to Travis, I suppose. What do you think about that, Mike?
I really like Liam's choice to not shove, but instead just 3-bet here with the ace-king suited. You know, it's really all these nutted hands. You know, your premium pairs, your ace-king suited. It's nice to have the option to go not all in, and then you can mix it in some really junky aces. Like if you want to mix in like ace-5 off, you can really give a lot of navigation to a small chip stack. That's something that maybe wasn't being done 10, 15 years ago, where it was just an all-in or fold kind of thing. So yeah, good for him. Picking that. It's nice time to start card racking when you're at the bottom of the totem pole on a big final table.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is not at the bottom of the totem pole anymore. My guy here now sitting on 12.5 bigs, as Liam has quietly doubled up in those last 2 hands without going to showdown.
And it's going to be a good day for Liam no matter what. His highest recorded result on Hendon Mob is only 4,000. So he's already locked up more than 5 times that today. And, you know, he has a chance to do over 40 times better.
Catch the real tournament bug.
Yeah, his lifetime wins was like 21,000, and his biggest single cash 4,000. So he's already actually more than doubled his Hendon Mob just by getting to 8th.
Got a big stack collision here. Maddie calling out of the small blind. Travis opening the hijack. As we get a fairly innocuous flop here for the ace-10. Beautiful looking board for Travis. 10-10, 2 diamonds on board.
Have an early night. I was hoping that we were going to France tomorrow.
Maddie here, from my experience, does have a little bit of an aggressive bone in his body, but does not exercise it this time. Just gets out of the way.
I look sad.
As let's take a peek here at the chip counts. Maddie and Travis up there, 9.5 million apiece. My guy down at 12.5 bigs. Ethan, not too far behind, about 14 bigs there. And Liam really has distanced himself from the small stack pack, moving up into the middling stacks as we remind ourselves what these players are playing for. Brittany, of course, going out in 9th place for 16-6. The next player eliminated going to get 22-1. Pretty healthy payday. And then after that, we get another 5K plus jump up to 27-8 for 7th.
Looking good. Hey, Aaron, tell us a little bit more about that that leaderboard that you mentioned.
Yeah, so the Trailblazer Tour, the first stop here, of course, at TCH Social in Austin. You have the opportunity to work your way into a 50K free roll. The top 50 players that earn points over the course of the season as the Trailblazer Tour works its way around the state to each of the Texas Card House locations and eventually settles back here in Austin for the culminating event. The accumulation of points over that whole stretch is going to get you an opportunity to get into the 50K free roll. And not only that, the overall top points earner is going to get themselves a Chevy Trailblazer courtesy of Texas Card House. So a lot to be played for there. Not just in terms of earnings from the tournaments, but earning those points and getting a shot at some more freebies.
So that's a TCH specific tour.
Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, TCH specific tour. And over what time frame is the race?
Yeah, so first event here in October, then each month through February, going to be at a new location. So the next one is going to be at the TCH in Spring, so just outside of Houston. And then from there, it'll go on to the Rio Grande Valley, then up to Dallas, and I believe back to the Houston location. So each month, there will be a new stop for the tour.
Right on.
All that information can be found on TexasCardHouse.com as well as Poker Atlas.
Nice. Travis going to take that one down with the queens. Good discipline fold by ace-10 there.
Did something you don't want to?
Yeah, it would have gotten interesting if you decided to go for the 4-bet. It's kind of like, hey, I have an ace. You probably don't have aces.
Oh, so you're going to hero call.
And the 4-bet's so strong.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I don't know that Travis is going to fold queens, but there's a few players out there who would. And he also doesn't need a hand as good as queens to 3-bet.
Nobody's thinking about it.
Travis here fresh off a big win up in Dallas, playing at the Texas Card House up there. Got second place for a big chunky score just 2 months ago.
Hello.
Yeah, really incredible streak that he's going on here. Another chance at six-figure score. Could even one-up that with a top finish here. That would be pretty incredible.
Yeah, that one result, he basically more than doubled, almost tripled his Hendon mob total. And we got a couple players here who were it's amazing. You go look at their Hendon mob, they have one result each, and it's so our Ethan in the 2-seat, his only Hendon mob result is a $200 payout at a free roll tournament, and I suspect he's probably a really good cash player or something like that who just doesn't really play tournaments. And the same thing for our player in the 8-seat for
For TJ.
For TJ, he has a single result in a free roll for 125. So they've both absolutely crushed their previous Hendon mob results, but I would guess there's a good chance these are cash game players who are really good at no limit hold'em and just tend not to play tournaments.
We've also got some youngsters in the mix too. If we go back and look at Liam and the gentleman there in the 2-seat, a couple of younger bucks as well. So just maybe haven't quite had as much time to get those statistics up. But after a showing like this, I dare say there's going to be more poker in their future.
All it takes is one, Aaron.
That's right.
Once you get a taste of these tournaments and you're just like, wait a second, I paid $800 and I'm taking home tens of thousands. It's pretty tempting to want to play a lot more tournaments after that.
That is definitely true. Certainly the way I got into this game as well was playing tournaments. You know, always enjoyed games and poker, just playing it sort of nickel dime quarterback in undergrad, but it was really the tournaments that were the most exciting. As you know, sort of as you say, you've got an opportunity to turn just one buy-in into many multiples of that buy-in, and there's just nothing quite like being able to come in here, play for a few days on $800 for an entry, and walk away with six-figure score. Liam here, another premium, this time a couple of kings from under the gun. We'll see if he can get any action. His previous two big hands just got folds.
Yeah, he has. No one else has a hand. I mean, Caleb had Queen Jack. That's the best hand we've seen amongst anyone else at the table. So now Queen 4, and so that's not going to do anything. And so unless Travis wakes up with a hand, he's going to just win the blinds. Well, this is a defensible hand.
Yeah, Travis on the big stack here, sizing up his opponent and making the call. So we'll go to the flop with 1.3 million in the middle. Liam with the betting lead and the best of it through the flop.
That's a great flop for Travis because he's not going to lose many chips, if any more, at this point. He's probably going to check fold. You know, he didn't want to see it 7 high flop, that's for sure.
I don't know how the left.
1/4 pot continue here from Liam.
Yeah, I think I'd want to see bet a little larger here because this is the kind of flop that's supposed to hit your opponent. So even though he loves this flop, you know, 10-5, you know, it's like he doesn't expect to be running into better than 1 pair. I still like c-betting a little bigger on that kind of a flop. I tend to down bet on flops that are good for my range and not good for the caller's range, whether they hit me or not.
Yeah,
like
stack size is definitely going to factor in there as well. But what were you going to say, Mike?
I liked it. I like the size, nice and dry. It can induce a lot of check raises from a big blind defense. You know, if you got a hand like 9-7, you know, a lot of the gut shots, a lot of the open enders. You know, kind of gives a. I could have even justified going a little bit smaller, but it's you know, it's got to be a good feeling to
Kings again.
wake up with all these premium hands early from the short stack. You kind of come into this table with no expectations as one of the bottom stacks, and then you know you get that first knockout, and then you start picking up a couple more, and all of a sudden you're like, maybe I can do this. You know, so really impressive, really good momentum early on for him.
Yeah, Ethan here going to try to get a little momentum for himself as well, opening a little over a min click here with the kings. No takers, over around to Liam now in the big blind. And Jack 9-0 definitely going to be defendable in a lot of circumstances. What do you think about this though, Mike? Short stack opening under the gun.
I think it's very fine to defend. You'll have pretty good visibility. You know, on 20 big blinds, you know, you catch any piece of it, you're probably going to be going pretty aggressively. But it is obviously a red flag when the short stack opens early.
I can see the live stream from here, so I can see what everyone has like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan starting
That's what
the
I'm saying. I
hand
think it's
with
fair that only I can see that.
sub 15 big blinds. And, you know, with final table dynamics, so much money in a pay jump, I don't know, I tend to view those sorts of spots opening into
Exactly.
the
So, I mean,
field
you know, if they're gonna,
from the sub 15 stack as just, you know, going to be a little bit more representative of top of range than
So
it
would you? I
normally
mean,
would from UTG,
would you
but-
have found? Could you have found a fold as Liam? You think in game?
So
Very much a live thing, if so, but it's certainly.
yeah, I mean, I think it's an open question. I'm not saying that it's like hard one way or the other, but you've got Drew over there who is like definitely getting pretty short at this point, right? He's on the 10 bigs. And if Liam plays a pot out of position, does flop something with his Jack-9 and needs to continue across at least a flop and maybe even a turn, right? He can commit a lot of his chips from out of position against a guy who's got a really strong range. I don't know. I just tend to think of these spots as like, all right, what is like a sort of catastrophic thing that can happen for me in terms of my position relative to the field, and does that sway a borderline decision about continuing or defending, right? And maybe Jack 9-0 is just like, yeah, you got to play that hand, and other times maybe it's like, well, against this guy in this sort of situation, you might just let this go and let's just move on.
Totally.
15.
Totally. I think a couple more gaps in the hand, like Jack 7, Jack 8, and you know that's a definitely grounds for folding, but
No,
the one gapper, yeah, it's
one where I know everything. 15 minutes.
it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in. It's an uncomfortable situation no matter how you slice it. I think if you continue.
This is probably a 3-bet jam. That's what I'm guessing we might see.
It looks like button. Oh, so Eric open limped.
Oh, limped. I'm sorry, that was just an open limp.
Yeah.
A Jack 8. I didn't even notice the sizing until just now. I just assumed it was a raise and a call.
Of course. He doesn't just elect to go all in.
Trying to be able to watch. Who's already playing poker here?
No, they did open for 400.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought I saw 4 chips on
Okay,
the
cool. So the graphic was just.
Yeah, they just input 200 instead of 400. No big deal.
That makes more sense. Well, that's a nice little pickup for Ace King. You're happy to just take that.
Yeah.
You screwed yourself.
Yeah, and now Ethan has distanced himself from the short stack position as well. Both he and Liam now up at the 20 big blind mark. My guy stuck down there all by himself, 10 bigs with the blind approaching in a couple of hands. Maddie here, the biggest stack at the moment, going to be in this big blind. Caleb here been relatively quiet so far, starting off with 60 bigs, 6 million, and now right around
What is this?
30 big blinds.
You ever call anyone yum yum? Like, ooh, delicious? You don't even have to speak English to know what that means.
Yum yum.
Yum yum pa, yum yum player.
Just waiting on the action tracker to get caught up here, as it does look like we've folded all the way to Ethan in the small blind. 9-3 offsuit with the big stack in the blind. He's just going to let that go.
Yeah, I am.
MC in the chat, how many entrants did this tournament have? Well, there were just about 1,200 unique entries. Or, excuse me, not unique, but total entries into the tournament, of which I counted for several.
Did they change the TV?
But
is that a number you don't care to admit?
it's actually not that bad. It was 4 bullets this time, so really not too bad. And I, like you, Greg, did make a deep run in it and got bounced a little before this final table, but still a profitable endeavor.
Well, I was also 4 bullets, which is the most I've fired in years in one tournament.
Wow, that's running good.
I was gonna say, good. That's why you are who you are, Greg.
It was funny. I used to play a lot of the HPT main events when that, pre-COVID. That tour seems to be gone forever now. And Alan Kessler, for some reason, would always go on about, I have the record for the most bullets in an HPT main event. I'd just like, what are you talking about, Alan? Like, 6 was the most I ever fired, like over 4-day ones in an HPT. And I am sure I'm not even in the top 100. But for some reason, he had that thought stuck in his head and would bring it up all the time.
Yeah, that's usually a number that I try to forget as quickly as possible when I'm in for a lot. As we are going to get 2 players heads up to a flop. Both players pair Terminator here with the best of it. This is Caleb and Terminator, sort of middle of the pack stacks, coming in right around 25 big blinds apiece. Caleb here with the big blind defense, catching a piece, but ace high Broadway board. Don't imagine he is going to be feeling great about continuing. 575. Yeah,
Can't wait to see what it
pretty
is.
chunky size here
Yeah, that is
from
a little
Terminator.
bigger than I would
Yeah.
prefer to bet myself.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think on you know, normally I think we think very small bets on ace high boards as a general rule of thumb, and in situations where the side cards offer a more dynamic flop, you know, middling cards, suited cards, such as the Jack 8 two-tone, I think you do have some liberties to size up.
Especially for my ace jack suited.
Well, I think the important thing, you know, like anyone who's listening to us and wants some strategy advice, is to be consistent. In other words, if you're going to bet that size of a C bet on that board, bet that amount every time it's that board or something like it.
Sure.
Don't change the bet sizing because you actually hit or missed the board.
Absolutely.
And then the other kid ripped it into both of us. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not,
Like that's one of the bigger mistakes that some of the, you know, less experienced players make, is that their bet sizing is always based heavily on their hand rather than their range and the board itself.
Here's an interesting situation developing, right? We had Maddie, the chip leader, on the button with 10-9-0. The short stack in the big blind opts not to raise. Caleb here now going for the limp and facing the jam with the king 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, he is going to limp and call it off for the 9 big blinds behind. My guy here out in front with the ace high, but needs to fade a board.
Do our percentages take into account the folded cards?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say I didn't think he would be that big of a favorite, you know, but once you get rid of the other cards, that can obviously change everything. Makes trip nines, makes the nut flush, beats him with ace high, beats him with trips, beats him with a flush.
Yeah, what do you think about that there, Mike? Both the decision by the chip leader to not min open the 10-9 from the button, and Caleb going for the limp free rather than a more aggressive action.
Yeah, so chip leader not opening, I think, is very, you know, that's something to take note of. But you know, I also wasn't sure if when he was debating the ace 7 big blind defend, if it was posturing to decide on defending or if it was actually a decision. But I think, you know, evidence suggests that he's going to be biding his time a bit more instead of trying to push the shorter stacks around and maybe waiting to see how the chips fall elsewhere. As far as the blind play, oh man, I like the king 10 limp. I don't know about calling. I think you're going to run into a lot of ace x, and not a lot of hands that we beat. You know, not a lot of worse kings.
Okay.
You know, I think that there, you know, a theory player may be shoving like king deuce and queen deuce, you know, king 3, those hands. But I think a lot of people are just going to take check in a live low stakes final table.
Sure.
So I think you end up against a lot of ace x that's just not going to be. You're just, you know, you're 40% against a lot. So. But limp, you know, when you have two Broadway cards, limp folding is difficult because you figure your equity is going to be solid against most, right? So
yeah, and Drew, I mean, he started with 9 blinds, right? Like one is in the pot already as the big blind. I guess I was curious. As we'll come back to this hand here, but I was curious about whether or not just jamming the king 10 made some sense as well. But
it definitely makes sense.
It definitely makes sense. Absolutely.
Interesting 3-bet choice, ace 5 suited. I guess Liam's decided he can open up a little bit, or he thinks Terminator is raising too wide.
I think maybe a third option here is that Terminator is going to be a little bit more likely to fold to 3-bets.
Your raise is fine.
Because, like, you know him, or other reasons?
So I did play a bit with TJ over the last couple of days, and I would say that
I mean, you've been killing it.
he tends to give his opponents credit in these sorts of spots, and whether or not Liam is really approaching it from that standpoint against this particular player, or just like, oh, I've got ace 5 suited, I'm going to do a thing.
Yeah, but
I think it's definitely true that Terminator
I
tends
mess up
to
with that one all the time.
give
How
his
much was
credit.
the open? How much was Terminator's open?
Looks like
450.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It
we're
looks
looking at
like.
it. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, so this kind of love it. Kind of love the click 3-bet. I think at that price, it's gonna be hard for Terminator to find folds.
His
With
body
debates,
language sure
debates here.
looks like
I
he's
know
gonna
he's
fold.
he's very uncomfortable. It looks so nutted, right? Like when you're actually in the driver's seat, Liam's raise just looks so darn strong. Short stack, not going all in.
Obviously, Liam is a much better player than his Hendon Mob resume suggests.
Yeah, this is an advanced. I'd say a more advanced play for sure.
So Terminator, despite the body language there, is going to make the call. He will have to play out of position, but my goodness, is that the board he wanted to see.
I was gonna say, like, there's so many flops that are so tough for both of them to play. This is not a flop that's tough for Terminator at all, and for Liam, it's like, hey, this is a way above average flop for me here.
I think, though, that when we get to a situation like this, SPR just roughly 1, and we've 3-bet and gotten called, we need to approach this with some serious caution, because if we get all the chips in, Ace-5 is probably not going to be the best hand very often on Ace-Jack-8 Rainbow.
I agree,
So,
especially someone who called a 3-bet pre.
So deciding to bet 500K here for 1/5 pot, I mean, if you're gonna bet, small seems like the right thing to do, but a check back there, I think, might have been in order as well.
Yeah, you might do some bluffs with a check back.
Terminator is going to waste no time, though, and just goes for the check jam. And this is going to set the alarm bells off for Liam and may just get him out of here.
I think he actually might. Yeah, I'd be so impressed if he could just fold here. I don't even know that it's going to take him long. He strikes me. He's giving me the impression that he has the capacity to fold here for sure.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to see a flat by Terminator. But you know, you also expect to just get paid a lot, right? You expect your opponent to have ace king, ace queen, and you know, you're getting.
I like the jam because if it's ace king, ace queen, he's probably never getting away from it. If he has something like pocket kings or queens, tens that he 3-bet with, he probably isn't going to put more money in the pot after you call this bet on the flop anyway. He's going to check back the turn and check back the river or fold the river if you bet at that point. So, you know, give him a chance to put it in now before some other card. Like if he has queens and now a king hits the turn, it's even harder to get him to get chips in the pot.
What do you think? What do you think Terminator could find bluff wise here, Greg?
Not much. I mean, the only reason to bluff is to. I wouldn't bluff here unless I thought I saw a tell on Liam that he doesn't like this flop, and I'm trying to bluff him off of kings and queens and tens. So yeah, if we give Terminator 7s and he's jamming here as a bluff, I wouldn't do it unless I saw a live tell.
Wow.
Yeah, Liam is just absolutely running like way plus EV here at the start of this final table, as he is in a real rough spot there. Gets away from it, preserves himself.
Yeah,
12 big blinds after flopping top pair.
It's the variance that we don't often talk about, right? Where he even though he lost the hand, it's like he won. He's gonna look back at that tape and be really happy. So
We'll find out here shortly.
Yeah.
One of those things I always find amusing when you're talking like a really huge final table like the main event with the big audience there. Like all of Terminator's fans are now screaming and yelling when he wins the pot, and it's Liam's fans who ought to be screaming and yelling because he just made the good fold that he had to make to save himself.
Absolutely.
You know, so I always find that funny when people are screaming and cheering in the audience, and it's like, no, you should. The other guys should be cheering.
Yeah, and it's almost tilting if you're Terminator, because you're like, damn, I wanted the call, you know, and my rail's going nuts. I picked up like a blind.
Do I get a walk?
Yeah.
ADHD asking, is that Greg Raymer commentating? It sure is. Let's do another introduction. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Greg Raymer joining me here in the booth here in Austin at TCH Social, and then also Michael Peroni joining us remote on the call as well.
Since I said that.
All right, so here we go. Folds to,
Kings
wow, folds to ontilt Eric in the small blind. He is going to 3x open here, those green chips worth, wait, excuse me, no, this is 700, so a little over the 3x open.
Yeah, the graphics haven't caught up. Travis folded a long time ago, but pretty sure Eric showed us what he had, ace deuce, and Terminator has kings.
Yeah.
So we just have to have the software catch up for all the folds that were made around the table. Yeah, here we go. It's now putting back all those folds in, and oh, no, Caleb had ace deuce. So Eric also had ace deuce. Okay. So even worse for him. One of the aces is dead.
So after the check raise from Terminator with the bottom set, and now we've got kings, I presume we're just going to see a 3-bet, right? It's sort of TJ kind of has a good hand. He's going to play it fast, but we'll see if he can also mix in just a call perhaps and trap going into the flop in position, but weighing his decision at the moment.
I mean, this is where it really matters. Like, how long have you sat next to this person and played all these, you know, blind versus blind hands with them? Because, you know, if Eric doesn't raise in this spot hardly ever, then you give him credit for a big hand and you try to get it in. It's like if he has aces, oh well, you know, sucks to be me. But, you know, you don't want him to, like, get away from hands like ace-king because he missed the flop. So, but if Eric is someone who raises a lot from the small blind, then I'm a lot more likely to just call here and try to get him to keep betting on the flop and the turn.
Perhaps we can pick up the pace a little bit.
Ooh.
I was gonna say something, but
Yeah, TJ has been in the tank here for quite some time. He's starting to rile some of the other players at the table. And it is a long, protracted think here from TJ as he cuts out what appears to be raising chips. The last little cherry on top, and indeed the chips do go across the line until Eric here is gonna look at this and be like, tank, raise,
Almost
huh?
2.5.
Nice hand. Queens, baby.
Oh, I should have bluffed, man.
That's for the TV.
Yeah, I know for me personally,
Maybe not, who knows?
when I'm playing with
I thought it was about
someone,
to fall, I
if you're
was like,
making all your
man,
decisions, Aaron, really quick all day long, and now you go in the tank, I'll give you credit for like this is a tough decision, and I'll give you a lot more time before I want to call clock. If it's someone who is regularly slow and taking a lot of time with every decision, I call clock on them so much faster.
Yeah, you know, a good friend of mine once told me that, like, you really should feel bad as another player at the table to call clock on someone because, you know, everyone paid the same amount to enter the tournament, and you're actually costing, you know, the other players their time, their edge to this number of hands.
And you had ace.
You just take up all the time yourself. It's you know, there's a threshold, right? Especially in these faster structures. You know, we're fortunate here to have at least 40-minute levels, which is great for the smaller buy-ins. But when you're in a tournament with like 30-minute levels and skipping levels, and you're playing for so much money, you know, it's just there's a courteous rate of play, kind of like, you know, golf or something like that, right? Yeah, there's a threshold.
All right.
No, like I said, I don't want tournaments to start putting in shot clocks like they do in some of the high roller events, because those are typically 30 seconds. But I'm like, most of your pre-flop decisions, especially, you can make in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's
And
I actually
you don't need 30.
I heard that EPT is shifting to, or I think it was EPT, is their pre-flop clock is only 15, but post-flop is longer, which I think is a nice adjustment. So if you're going to have a shot clock, you make it shorter pre-flop, because you're right. Like sometimes you add the shot clock and it almost slows things down because the players that were previously acting quickly are much more hyper aware of how long they're taking because it's front and center on the table, and then they slow down and they become more methodical, and then everyone starts taking, you know, 5,
What I
10.
would love to see, I don't know of any way to implement this that's reasonable for a live game. It would obviously be easy in an online tournament, is kind of like a chess clock kind of concept where maybe you only get like 2 or 3 seconds for every decision. But if you make the decision in 1 second, instead of the 3 that you had, we add 2 seconds to your bank. And so now all those quick decisions, you know, that you can make immediately, then make them immediately. Don't sit there and posture for 5 seconds even with your 9-3 offsuit that you know you're going to fold. Snap fold it and add time to your bank.
I like that. I like that. It incentivizes rate of play while crediting those with some extra thought time for doing so.
I mean, you're not going to be able to implement it live. You'd have to have like another staff person standing at the table pushing the button.
Yeah,
like turn your clock off and turn mine on because you folded.
Or a technological a table with like RFID where when cards leave the platform, it's sensing. VPIP, it's sensing whether you're in or out of the hand. I think there's probably a way to do it, but you're right. It wouldn't work in today's.
It would be tough because, like, if I just pulled my cards back off of the sensor to look at them again, it might call that a fold and stop my clock.
Yeah, I think it would have to be
Playable flush hand too.
a little too sophisticated for what modern day poker players are capable of doing. But it is an interesting thought for sure, and could certainly alleviate some of the slow play, as I think we have all, in some sense or another, experienced people really
I like
milking
the idea
clock.
too of like, if you make all your decisions really quick pre-flop, or the vast majority of them, then we're rewarding you by giving you more time still available to you in your bank for the big decisions.
Sure.
And the player who is just always taking the full amount, their bank isn't growing, and so now they're facing that massive decision what to do, and they like, oh geez, I only have 5 seconds to make this decision.
Terminator here folding the ace-6, folded to him in the cutoff. Travis here, similar ace 5-0, will open the button, and Ethan looks down at ace rag as well.
Oh man, I lost this pot yesterday. It was it was day one. My ace 3 lost to ace 5 because the kicker played.
So this is a situation where, even sub 20 big blinds, it might be a fun spot to consider a non all-in 3-bet, even off the short stack, to try to bluff with the ace 3 instead of just defending. Go 4.5 or 5 big blinds to a min raise.
Well, he could do the go and go, like 3-bet to maybe a little more than a third of his stack, and then he's just planning on jamming all these flops if he gets called.
Sure.
Ethan here controlling the ace of clubs, but facing a bet of 375 is just going to have to let this go, and Travis will take a little pot that chips him up, not quite 10 million, but very close to it. Travis
the graphics were long, but yeah,
hanging out right up there around the 10 million mark, along with Maddie.
I folded ace 5.
Yeah. You have me beat?
Ace 5? You had an ace.
But the graphics looked like they might.
Liam here after going through the blinds down at 1.9. Blinds still at 100, 200. We are going to be getting a level up here any moment.
What did you have?
Which is going to take Liam down even further.
Sometimes the card reader malfunction.
Yeah, that's true.
It happens.
Or you play on the stream in Dallas? You play in the stream in Dallas?
Do I play this game? No.
Shade under 10 big blinds for this hand. Queen 8 into the muck.
Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Gonna have a limped pot here. Ethan completes from the small blind. Maddie checks it back, and we see a queen high board. So middle pair for Ethan, up and down, and a backdoor butt flush draw here for Maddie.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
What do you have?
Well, it's streaming right now.
And speaking of players and
I shouldn't say
time management,
He has to find it.
quick check, bet, and call. Here we go to a turn. Ace of hearts.
Okay, he flopped bottom set.
This seems pretty likely to go check.
Damn, was that good?
Oh.
Maybe
Again?
not, since he's the chip, had such a big stack. Maddie might just bomb the turn.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because of the, I think the ace is better for the small blind, but you could, as chip leader, you can probably get a lot of 10 to 9x to fold.
I didn't think
Some pressure, they're just gonna have to. Now
I
Ethan
don't think
pulls
he's
comfortably.
not going to get Ethan to fold now, I don't
No.
think. But the question for Ethan is, can he bet and get called for value, or does he need to induce a bluff?
He's just lying to us.
Yeah.
And he's going to hope.
He's just like, yeah.
He's going to hope that he's
Whatever I
facing
say,
a
he's like,
queen there,
yeah,
probably.
so
It's hard to fold a queen, but a queen would have checked back the turn as well pretty often. So I think betting was his better choice. We know he needed to check and try to induce, but
Yeah, I
from
think,
his point of view, I like betting the river.
yeah, I might have found smaller. Try to hope a nine calls. And with your, if you have bluffs like, I don't know, let's say you limp 7-8 or something, you could get away with a really cheap bluff. Bet one big blind, bet 20%. It's kind of cheeky.
Yeah, those are always pretty fun to get away with when you do, but of course,
there's like
giving your opponent that that pot odds, they're like, how could I fold anything, you know? But sometimes they do.
It's
Yeah,
funny,
fold.
something I'm seeing more and more of is we get like, you know, the min raise, 2.5x raise with 5-6 people taking the flop. And then like the first player bets one big blind on the flop and everyone folds. And it's just like, what? Like what? What?
Yeah, you know, Greg, I've seen that a lot in the bomb pots too, in the cash games, where someone will lead for, you know, $25 into 300, and then it's amazing how much it overperforms, right? Where everyone just clears out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really get to leverage like all the remaining players against
double down.
that one opponent, or like, yeah, or like as the one opponent, you get to leverage everyone else against each other. Yeah, pretty fantastic dynamic. Caleb here going to take that one down, pick up some much needed chips as he has drifted down from the starting 6 million to under 4. Liam, though, by far our shortest stack, as it looks like we are still at 100, 200. 40-minute levels. We should have a level up here momentarily.
Brendan Kaufman, I think the commentators are doing a fantastic job. Shout out to Aaron. Brendan, we couldn't agree more.
Appreciate it, Brendan.
Was that it? You spell your name with 2 capital A's?
Absolutely, and the spaces, and the capital R, yes. God-given, you know? All right. Travis opening the low jack here, putting those big chips to work.
Nice hand.
No takers?
Yep, shows the ace. Like, hey guys, see, I'm not just bullying. You can believe me.
You like doing fun
So
around
it'll be
Austin.
interesting to see how active
Day off,
Travis
having a good
and
time.
Maddie get
What's that look like?
with the chips. You know,
Okay,
people like Eric and Ethan
Yellow
and
rose
Caleb
or-
are very
all right, add the classic.
disincentivized from entering hands now until Liam
Probably tonight too.
clears out until we drop one more.
Have fun, man. That should be a good time. That should be a great time.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt, I haven't played with Matt before, but he's striking me as
I
a
haven't been.
player that's looking for any and every opportunity to start putting some pressure on these guys.
Same special.
Yeah, I do suspect that we're going to see that. Maddie very much capable of running some big aggressive lines, and we haven't really seen that yet. I mean, he had an opportunity there with the ace on the turn, right? Queen high board. check bet call, right? Ace peels off. I almost was leaning more towards him just sort of dropping the hammer there as kind of like, it doesn't matter which one of those cards you have on the flop, like you're gonna hate that ace and blast him out of there, but he knuckled it back pretty quick. So maybe we'll see him shift gears a little bit later, but as it stands, Caleb here opening the button.
Can you push blues in front? I can't really
With
see.
the 6-3, does like to get a little bit spicy with the 6-3.
Yeah, I played with him yesterday, and that came up. The fact that he loves 6-3.
And
You watching the stream?
on tilt, did make the call, as we don't have the action quite right. Here we go. Jack 10 suited,
So what I gotta have?
flopping well, top pair, the nines on board.
And just to be clear for the viewers, Maddie is not in this hand. It's currently heads up.
I know why you shoved there, bro.
Button versus big blind.
Yeah, the action just got typed in a little wrong. This is just button raise, big blind call, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
you shoved with a set there. Fucking idiot. What?
So Caleb here, as is often the case with the 6-3-0, gonna find a very dusty board for his hand. Does go for the C bet. And now that we've got the action all caught up, it looks like we had a check and call here from Until Eric, and he's going to come up with 3 pair now. I guess that's an 8, not a 10. Okay, 8 of diamonds. Scanned in correctly. Caleb going to continue telling the story with the air ball. And Eric here not going anywhere. Makes the call. SPR well under 1, and an ace of clubs on the river. Interesting card.
Ooh, excuse me.
Well, if Caleb was ever going to get away with a bluff here, that was the card he needed. Nope, give up.
Waves the white flag.
Yeah, it's always dangerous, right? Like your opponent can just have a 9
Nice hand.
at some frequency, and you're just sort of torching.
Thought I had aces there.
And yeah, the 6-3, they're already out of line, you know. Caleb
Yeah, well,
kind of going with the favorite hand or whatever.
Would he have bet the flop and the turn with just ace high, right? So then you're really polarizing your value range, I think, by
That'd have been a
barreling
sick call though if he's
on
not
the
down
ace.
whatever.
100% work.
Yep.
So even though it favors the range, it's not very credible. Like jacks are gonna have a decision, and you know,
Hold the pairs. You
high likelihood of sniffing it out, I think.
Yep.
But he can have something like an ace 10, where he, you know, just did a C bet because I have the lead, and then turned a straight draw, bet again.
No, I think there are aces, but I think
Yeah.
I think you would have to have turned equity and not had a better hand already, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think ace. You know, ace. I guess like the wheel aces, the ones that are absolutely dusty, could barrel, but.
Well, I'm not saying you should have done it that way. I'm just
Understood.
saying
No, I
if a
understood.
bluff was
There
ever
are-
going to
there are.
work, that was probably the card. Because everything else, you know, either it doesn't look scary or it seems straight.
Damn it, Jeremy. You created a monster, brother.
Brendan says maybe Caleb doesn't actually have 6-3. We have had misreads
can't solve
at some times in the past, but no, Caleb is partial to the 6-3.
Yeah.
In fact, when I was talking to him before the stream started, actually, before the game got going, he was like, well, I might launch it all in and dust it off with 6-3 at some point. So that's very much on the radar. Caleb just loves to play that hand and flex with it.
Yeah, I would have kept it
Yeah.
to myself.
And there's a lot of players out there who do that. They pick one kind of silly hand, and they're like, I'm going to play this one just like aces. So even if you and I play against each other all the time, you'll be like, shoot, does he have 6-3 or does he have aces?
Bluffing the bluff.
Ethan actually told us before the broadcast that June 3rd is his dog's birthday, so that's in honor of Scruffy.
Let's go, Scruffy.
Oh, let me mention too, everyone out there, if you have been even thinking about getting a pet lately, like you're thinking maybe we're going to get a cat or a dog sometime soon, now would be the better time to do it. I do some volunteer work with a cat rescue near my house in Raleigh, North Carolina. But pet shelters all over the country are being asked to take on animals from the 2 hurricanes. So the Western North Carolina and Helene, the Milton in Florida. So even pet shelters as far away as here in Austin, Texas, are probably being asked, can you accept some animals from us because we're overwhelmed? And so if you go, you know, get that dog or cat now, you'll help make room for some of those animals in need. So if you're not getting a pet, no problem. But if you were going to get one anyways, might as well do it now rather than next month.
Until Eric here going from middle pair to 2 pair, but Terminator a whole lot of not much, just a bad gut shot. And Eric is going to take that one. Chips up to 9 million as we've got a new player in the chip lead sort of arena. 3 players up at the 9 million mark. And Liam here still in the danger zone. Big blind approaches. He is under the gun, and it's now 250 for the big blind. So working with under 8 bigs does make the fold here. And we'll have to pay out full blind for the ante next hand. Caleb now, though, joins the short stack ranks. He's on sub 10 as well.
Bone says, Raymer becoming Bob Barker was not something I expected, but good to hear. R.I.P. Bob. What a great, man, you should be honored to be compared to Bob Barker. That's a huge win, Greg.
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's I mean, you're
The highest
comparing with
honor.
a guy that, like, you know, why am I blanking on his name? From the golf movie, Adam Sandler.
Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, I'm being compared to the guy who kicked Happy Gilmore's ass, so I love it. I mean, that's big for me.
Shout out to Simon for Brendan here. Travis with the ace king, gonna take this one down.
All right, good to hear, Simon. My beautiful cat was a rescue, and he knew his name. I didn't want to keep it really, but kind of like it now. His name's King Buddy. We had almost 1,200 entries for this tournament, Jeff. We played down to the 12.5% got paid. Each day one. What do we have, 10-day ones? Or 8? 8 or 10
8 day ones.
And 8% bagged and came back yesterday. And of those 97, these are the final 9. Final 8 now that Brittany ran her pocket pair into a set.
And you know, whenever it's 5 or 8% bagging, it's always a really long, stressful day one, and it hurts to be in there multiple. But boy, does it feel good to be that deep once you show up on day 2.
Absolutely right. Yeah, average there on day 2 was 50 big blinds to start.
Oh wow.
Yeah, final table here average was over 30 bigs, as Liam here is going to go for the jam, or very close to it. I think he has preserved maybe a few chips back there, but the virtual jam over Travis's limp, and he's going to get that one through.
Love it.
But yeah, starting the final table, over 30 big blind average, that rapidly went down to 26 at the level up, and when Brittany's chips got redistributed there as well, that average went up. So yeah, still hovering around 30 big blinds there for that first full 40-minute level, and now going to be, you know, sub 30 as we progress. But things have stagnated there, and Liam, after picking up some much-needed chips there from the big blind, is going to have an opportunity to sort of fade the blinds and survive another orbit. Caleb here now going to be next up on the chopping block, going to have to pay out 500K here in a couple of hands.
My guy, ace king and 16 bigs.
A little bit less actually now that we've leveled up to 250. We don't see that on screen.
Okay.
But that should get updated.
Yeah, I like the jam here for that. You know, he's got 12, 13 bigs. And he's going to get looked up sometimes by hands like ace queen, ace jack, maybe king queen. And if it's a smaller pair, you know, he still has got almost 50%.
One fold. And fold.
Nice hand, brother man. That awkward stack size.
I know,
Like,
yeah, man.
Small range.
I mid range,
much
he
of my
calls.
Yeah. Awkward stacks.
Awkward stack. I know.
Well, now that I'm looking at it, I guess they are still putting out 200K. I'm confused. Maybe final table gets our levels or something?
Absolutely.
Or if the blind's just never gone up. I guess, I mean, maybe I'm on a different page. I thought that we had gotten the level up there, but now I'm seeing that these players are still putting out the 200K.
Well, the clock is there, so I'm sure the TD isn't messing it up.
Well, I'm going to pull up the clock on my phone. I'm just curious for my own
Yeah.
mental clarity.
Eric with the open. Molo jack.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Eric getting more and more aggressive the more he chips up. If he gets like a runaway first place chip lead, I think he's going to be like bullying this table mercilessly.
He'll be mashing, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only question here is how big of a C bet.
The rich get richer.
No.
It's like he's got too much value to not C bet that flop with his flush draw, but with Jack high, he's pretty happy to just get Maddie to fold almost anything.
That guy over there.
All right, Rob Perlman here says we go to 60-minute levels according to the structure sheet. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that because, yeah, when I pull up my poker atlas, it shows the clock just not even functional. So appreciate you guys for putting that in the...
They don't tell us anything, Rob.
Yeah, if I'm not at the final table, why do I care what the structure is, you know?
Right.
No, but we had 40-minute levels all day, too. I presumed that we were going to stick with that through the final table, but no, indeed, we are getting
Great. That's
even more play.
We could be here a minute. There's going to be some play for these
How
guys.
late did they play last night? I don't even know when they bagged.
It was right around midnight last night.
Oh yeah, then that's 4 o'clock
Oh, I
restart.
don't think
Like,
they showed it yet.
you know,
I don't think
16
they-
hours off, plenty of time
Probably in like a
to
couple minutes.
get a great night's sleep, go get your massage, your workout, whatever it is you want to do. There we go, blinds are up.
250, 250. Yeah, just my luck.
Inflation.
And we had that
Cost of
bust
poker.
out on hand 1, and it always seems like these final tables you get spurts. Like you go a long time with no bust outs and then a whole bunch. So I figured we're either going to have another 2 or 3 bust outs on top of that right away, or this. And then it just seems like as soon as someone goes out 8th, we'll probably lose someone in 7th and 6th within like half an orbit or an orbit. Just seems that way. There's no reason it should be that way.
I think I got like 8 some, maybe 9. I just folded King Jack.
Oh, wow.
Keep throwing shade, Brendan. Bring it on, buddy.
He didn't spell your name right.
No, he didn't.
Come on, Brendan. It's 2 A's, 2 capital A's.
So I just have to.
All right.
Travis selecting the fold the 9-8 suited
I think it just came out.
as chip leader, the low jack.
No, not yet.
Ethan's certainly going to be in the
We'll
mix for
find
these
out
10
right
here.
now a little bit.
525. 3 folds. Five folds.
Well, Caleb's going to want to find a spot to shove it in before he's the big blind again. Interesting spot here. It's like with his stack size, you hate calling any pre-flop raise, even a min raise, but you also hate folding a hand as pretty as 10-9 suited.
Yeah, even just the basic min raise open brings the SPR to right around 2. Ethan getting the favorable flop here. Down bets to 3 1/4. And yeah, now that there's so many short stacks with the blinds at 250K, every pot is massive. We'll take another look at the chip counts here in a moment.
Yeah, they're going nuts in the chat.
Yeah, there's fire in the chat. I love it, guys. Keep it coming. And absolutely, while you're at it, hanging out with us, nearly 700 of you fine folks joining us here on TCH Live. Please do consider hitting the like button for us, helping us get this out to more folks on the internet. And also consider hitting subscribe, coming back and joining us, not just for more final table action as the Trailblazer Tour continues around the state, but also for our cash game action throughout the week as well. Caleb on the button doesn't have the same affinity for the 8-4 as the 6-3. Lets it go. And my guy, Jack 7 suited. Starting the hand with 13 bigs. Excuse me, I guess, what, 11?
All in.
Oh, there we go. He actually has a good hand.
He's an honest
The other
man.
one was better.
How many cats do you have, Greg?
We just have one.
Just the one.
Better than that, huh?
Just the one,
Yeah,
but
they're
I
going
go
just
down
like
to
it.
the, when I'm home, there's a shelter near me called Safe Haven for Cats.
Nice.
And I volunteer there, and I am
was
an
everyone's
adoption
worst
assistant.
favorite
So
hand.
people come in looking to adopt, and I help with the process, and, you know, with the paperwork, and, you
Awesome.
know, seeing which cats they like. We usually have like 35 to 40 cats at a time there
Wow.
that are available for adoption, and we've been trying to like get them more out. We lowered the adoption fee last week so we could make room for cats, and we've already taken in a whole bunch of cats from the Asheville area and from Florida.
Right on.
So get your pet spayed or neutered, and don't buy, get a rescue. There's lots of wonderful cats and dogs of all breeds out there.
Oh, yeah. Caleb says this is the one.
And a very interesting
Oh,
spot
wow.
here now, as Drew is going to look down at the ace-10 next to act on the button. And
Yeah.
Caleb started his hand with 8 big blinds. My guy with like 10.5.
Ugh. I'm actually really curious what like an ICM solver would say about this spot.
Yeah, my
This is
guess
really
is that
interesting.
ace-10 suited plus and ace-jack O plus, but this is pretty close.
I think it depends a lot too. How much has he played with Caleb? Because Caleb has the ability to be very laggy.
I mean, yeah, this is Mr. 6'3".
Exactly. I mean, I don't know that, you know, but it's not like he plays 6-3 and premiums and nothing in between. I played with him
Right.
yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely can have a wider range than that at times. So good fold, given that we see the cards, and I think a close decision either way. So if it's a close decision, like an ICM might say fold and ladder up, possibly. Or since he has less than 10 bigs himself, wait for a spot when he can be the one to shove in.
Saw it on the Discovery Channel.
I thought that was a bad fold. You got away with one. Nah.
He's been watching a lot of Discovery.
Yeah, we're seeing the disconnect now. The top 4 and the bottom 4. The fairly decent gap in between them. It's one of the things I love about final tables, though, is this whole stack size dynamic. And sometimes you're the chip leader and you feel like you should be bullying the table, but it's like, no, all these guys behind me are good players and they're going to like 3-bet shove with the proper hands, and I'll be then sitting there just bleeding off chips to them.
Yeah, that, and sometimes like being the chip leader is really not that consequential because you have like 35 big blinds or something, right? And like one double up from a short stack through you, and all of a sudden now you're like basically a short stack. So yeah, sometimes, you know, we'll watch these big international tournaments or the main event or something, and the chip leader has like 100 bigs or more than 100 big blinds. And there's just a much wider disparity between the top dogs and people that are sort of clinging to life. But more often than not, especially in this sort of buy-in range, you start to see all of the stacks being at relative risk.
It's not as good.
Yeah, once the chip leader's in a situation where they're
No, he had 8.
you know, sub 50, sub 40 big lines, and they're one pot away from flipping someone else, I think their stack matters less than the amount of people that are racing to the bottom, right? Like if there's 2 chip stacks that are sub 10 or sub 5 big blinds,
Basically immediately.
it kind of opens up chip leader to mash again. You know, but the difference between 35 and then you know, from everyone's between 35 and 10 big blinds, it's
with my phone.
A sunk advantage.
Sure. Yeah, I'll get you the other phone.
That's a great flop for Eric. You know, he's raised on the button with what we see as the inferior hand, but that's definitely a flop where he can probably get Travis to fold.
Rob asking if the payouts are listed somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to put those back up here on screen, as we haven't had a bust out in a little while, but I will put those up for everyone to take a peek at here, as Eric is going to go for the C bet.
A somewhat big sizing here, 600,000. A little bit. Well, I guess not. I forgot the blinds went up. So
I'd still say that's a little bit on the larger size for a 250K big blind button versus big blind. But yeah, Rob, let me go ahead and toss those up there as our first player eliminated. Brittany took home $16,600. The next player to go out going to take $22,110, and then on up from there, we see some pretty, you know, sort of 5K, 8K, 9K sort of jumps, and then the money really starts to take off. Top 2 places today going to be breaking the 6-figure mark.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
And yeah, I think until Eric here, of the players that, you know, we've sort of seen here with some, you know, like with a good chip size, chip stack size, I think he's the one who's going to be most apt to apply the big stack pressure, even having a couple of big stacks to his immediate left. But we'll sort of see how the dynamic continues to play out. Of course, the you know, the short stack for Liam there in the 1 seat, currently in the big blind. Always going to factor into your decisions, even if you think you can sort of just open with impunity through these 2 gentlemen. Travis, though, waking up with the 2 queens. And it's going to be a small blind 3-bet. Oh my goodness.
About 3x. Wow. Well, we're going to end up with a classic race, everybody.
yep. Can't imagine Liam isn't gonna call this off. I wouldn't ever fold here. They'd have to.
No, it's fine.
I mean, if Travis turned over the 2 queens, I would call here the dead money. It's too good to too good to fold.
Honestly, I would love to see Travis just like
open 650.
flip over his queens. Just kill the hand. Just get it out of there.
Good luck.
Here we go.
There is the all-in for Liam. Terminator with an easy fold, but he'll take a moment to digest the situation. And then Travis here.
So this is what I mean, though, about like, there's no doubt this is a fold.
Yeah, like no reason to Hollywood here. Now it's a
You know.
now it's a pattern.
A little more, right?
I think I called.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Liam all in at risk.
Yeah, he's all in for less.
Yeah.
You said fold?
Good luck.
4.5 million in the
Good
middle.
luck, Liam.
This pot, a really big one for both players. Obviously, Liam here, player at risk.
Good luck.
Travis, if he wins, will take the chip lead.
Only too much I can do with this.
Liam needs to make an ace king.
Sucks.
Other sort of run out. That is not a good start. No heart in sight.
Chop outs. Get the choppers.
GG.
And it's not
Nice
there.
hand, brother.
Good run for Liam. Fantastic showing here. Managed to really get some momentum early with some early premiums and some strong play, but at the end of the day, is going to be going home in 8th place. $2,110 there for Liam. Congratulations. Good run. And I'm sure we'll see you in the not-so-distant future in some of our other big tournaments. Next player out, $27,800. Payouts are spicy.
And that is the thing with tournaments. The variance is so extreme. Like, if he wins that flip,
It's what I'm telling
his
players
average
say.
result would have been more than double what he's going to get paid now. And, you know, just that kind of variance, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases, you know, in hands that both players played well. So that's the thing about tournament variance.
Take my button.
I mean, I probably fire about 100 bullets a year into tournaments of different sizes, you know, all the way from small events up to the 10K buy-ins. And you know, I have friends who are online professional tournament players, and they'll fire 100 buy-ins in a week, and then they'll have an occasional losing month. So it's like, okay, they're good players, and they can have the equivalent of 4 years of my buy-ins and still be net losers for that period. So tournament variance is 100 times higher than cash game variance.
Yeah, that is the truth. And sure feels good when you run good in tournaments, because you kind of just lose until you don't in those oftentimes as well. All right, so down to 7 players. Caleb here going to be in the big blind next hand with 10 bigs. Opts for the fold. My guy here slightly more, but still roughly 10 big blinds. Let's go with a king 10. And our new chip leader over in the 9 seat, not too far ahead of on tilt Eric here, who is going to open the ace-6 suited.
Well, good. I'm glad to see a snap fold from Terminator. I forget who it was now, like 3 or 4 years ago, main event, there was a player who was averaging over 30 seconds on his pre-flop decisions. And he was taking over 20 seconds even when he folded a hand like Queen 6 and there had already been a raise. And it's just like, what are you possibly thinking about there?
Never know.
You know, he never played any of those hands, so it's not like he was actually thinking about playing them.
I like it. I think you're probably right.
Have you ever heard of the Andy Block project?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with that. Are you, Mike?
No, I've heard of Andy Block. What's the Andy Block project?
So well before anyone knew who Andy Block was, this poker reporter Tom Sims wanted to like sit behind a player in the main event and see their cards and just record the play of every hand. And just when Andy would, you know, go to look at his 2 cards, he would do it in a way that Tom sitting behind him could see them as well, but no one else. And that was it. So Tom just sit there and wrote down notes of how every hand played out. And Tom Sims passed away recently, and someone had posted a link to this write-up of the Andy Block project. And the thing that actually stood out to me more than anything else was that they were averaging 45 hands an hour on day 1 and 2 of the main event.
That game's a sick game.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
That is actually massively. That's a huge paradigm shift in tournament poker.
Because players just did not. I mean, if a player tanked back then, almost always it was a truly huge decision, or like some kind of novice who just didn't know what they were doing.
So it's 2.
And there's not too many novices that have no clue what they're doing in the main event.
Well, he's tanking. I got 11.5 mil.
Well, Caleb here from the big blind, gonna stuff it in for his remaining 9 big blinds. Travis here opening the cutoff now with a decision.
I think I have to call.
Yeah, all decisions suck for Travis.
Ace 9, ace king. Ace 9, ace king.
Huge spot here for Caleb. Nearly 5 million in the middle. A big favorite to double up, but needs to dodge a 9. So far, so good. Chop opportunities, but doesn't come. Caleb here gonna chip up nicely.
Sweet. I'll take that.
That's kind of what you're talking about. Even though he's chip leader, it's like that hurts. This isn't like sometimes when you're chip leader, like beginning at day 2, and you double up someone, but you started with 10. You know, 15 times as many chips as them.
That was a big one. I guess everyone's a big one now, huh?
Yeah, that was basically just a chip transfer via Travis from Liam to Caleb. But still quite healthy there is Travis, sitting on 10.4. My guy here now, a little bit isolated down at the bottom, still starting the hand with roughly 9.5 big blinds after posting the ante.
Oh, someone's asking Andy. It's not Andy Black. It's Andy Block, B-L-O-C-H, who was involved in this. I know Andy Black as well. Wonderful guy from Ireland. But this is Andy Block, who lives in Vegas, that did this thing with Tom Sims years ago. And yeah, someone else is talking about they're doing 30, 40 hands an hour. I mean, I usually would say dealers should get in 30 to 35 hands an hour. So 45 just was amazing. But I mean, that was the big thing. Someone else mentioned Will Kassouf. The players at his table, with all of his talk, it wasn't the talk that bothered them. It was how much he slowed the game down. And they were saying we're getting in half as many hands as most of the other tables because he's just sitting there and, you know, yammering away and asking people what they have all the time.
I wonder what aspect of the game has changed too, as far as modern poker theory and applying a lot more pressure with check raises and things where there's a lot more dynamics across multiple streets versus a more, you know, let's call it sort of traditional or old school style of more playing straightforward, kind of with the strength of your hand and not quite as much of that. Obviously that's a big generalization, but I just wonder how much like modern poker theory has also added to the amount of time spent per hand.
As well as the average IQ of the players that are playing, right? I think the baseline knowledge, even amongst the recreational players, is much higher than it was then. So there are more decisions being considered by the average player, not just the top.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Everyone just takes poker far more seriously. So,
you know, those are all good reasons, but I mean, still, when you see someone who, like, you know, looks at their cards and then sits there, you know, they put their card protector on it, they sit back in their chair, you can just tell they're like counting to 10 and then they're folding, and it's like, you already decided you were going to fold, just do it.
No, there's a special circle of hell for those people. I
don't
agree
get
with you.
I don't get timing tells because you snap folded some hands and you took a little time before you folded others.
Right.
Because I don't see what any of them are.
I think it's like the third.
No, he called and I went all in, remember?
So just snap fold them.
No, early on you gotta walk. Maybe it's just two.
Probably.
I don't know. I'm probably wrong, dude.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Well, as predicted, Eric seems to
because I thought I
be
had said it before.
gassing it up, and it's
Oh,
showing
did
you
I?
the chip
All right,
counts.
that's probably what it was.
you've
I
been
believe
saying.
it.
Maybe.
Yeah, and Terminator there folding the
This guy's
ace 4
got it
suited
easy, man.
under the gun.
No, nice hand.
I'm not saying that that's like a
I'm doing it wrong.
huge
I mean,
spot
it's
there
fine.
that you just print money with, but definitely.
I like it. I like it with his chip stack. But I'm surprised that he made it, given what we've seen. I think he would have taken longer. So for all the spots for him to snap fold is interesting, right?
Yeah.
He's been far more calculated.
Marginal. Not a horrible call, but pretty marginal at best.
Hey, can I get a water refill?
Blackjack defend.
Double down, baby.
Come on now.
I haven't tried playing that theory. All hands that add up to 10 or 11, you play them.
As long as they're suited, yeah.
Or you could do the Baccarat theory, you know, like the 6-3, natural 9,
natural
dude.
nines, yeah.
Gotta get in there.
Used to be a blackjack card counter years ago when I was a student at the University of Minnesota.
Really?
Way back in the like 80s to early 90s. Saw a guy once, he had an 8 and a 9, and he tried to split, and you could tell it was an older guy, and it was just a vision thing. He thought he had a pair, and when the dealer was like, "Sir, you can't split, it's not a pair," he then was like, well, I'm on a double down. So he insisted on doubling down with the hard 17. And I was just sitting there thinking, like, rather than admit your eyesight isn't perfect at 80 years old, you want to admit you're a fool who wants to double down on a hard 17?
Yeah.
Tell me he just drilled the 4.
Here, I got you.
He did.
Let's go.
He did drill the 4. The dealer was trying to talk him out of it. The pit boss hears this. Pit boss is like, "What's going on?" And pit boss tries to talk him out of it. He drills the 4. The pit boss like jumped up in the air almost. And when it got to that point where the hand is over and the dealer's supposed to scoop up cards, the pit boss snatched that 4 and is just holding it up, looking at it, trying to find the marks. And I wanted to tell him, like, there ain't no marks. This guy's he's just being dumb. And he didn't want to admit that, like, oh, my eyesight's not perfect. I thought that was a pair.
Are there situations count-wise? Like, I'm not saying this guy, you were there, this guy obviously wasn't a sharp, but are there situations count-wise where you would hit on a 17? On a hard 17?
No, I don't
Against
think
his
I don't
head?
remember any.
Yeah.
525, 6 folds.
I have a very loose understanding of, like, you know,
Do I have work already?
plus minus count. No
There are
variation.
definitely plenty of times you don't stand on a soft 17.
Oh, sure.
Or you
That's a
will hit
common-
or double
common
down
hit.
even.
Yeah.
But on a hard 17, you're just never hitting. Even if the dealer has like an ace or a 10 and you know you're in bad shape, standing is still better than hitting. But I don't have my chart memorized anymore. I used to have all these numbers memorized of like,
for real?
I'll play a mirror one.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, damn. I
you
know
know,
that.
when
Yeah, still
to,
like discount, yeah.
like
Yeah.
hit or stand or split, you know, like hit instead of stand, split instead of hit, you know, double down instead of just hit or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, she final
She
tabled
made the final table with 500.
All right, so Caleb picking up some chips there in the last couple of hands.
And before that, she won
Now
first place in
on
the tag
6
team.
million.
Before that, so she had first place,
So
third
well
place, and now
over
ninth place.
Damn.
20 big blind mark. My guy here down
Yeah.
That's sick.
at 8
That's
big
badass.
blinds, and the big blind does approach.
Well, my guy's here he's here to stay. He's here to pick his spots. He ordered the beer. He's enjoying the beer.
Don't you get like
You don't order the drink if you're thinking about busting anytime soon. So don't let his stack fool you.
like a car or
Yeah,
something
right.
like that or
I
something?
have to answer this question from Rain Nathan.
Okay.
Like, what's the best way to learn no limit poker?
5, 7,
If you mean tournament poker, it's my book, Fossil Man's Winning Tournament Strategies. Highly recommend that one, obviously. Basic no limit poker, there's lots and lots of good books. And if books aren't your thing, then there are training sites out there. And there's so many of them, I'm not going to try to recommend one over the other. But they have training videos, so you can focus on issues kind of one at a time. Watch videos that go over starting hand selection, and watch videos that talk about continuation betting and slow playing and so on. And I cover most of those topics in my book, but it is a tournament focus for each of those. And then someone else, come on, son, wants to know, yes, I do give out fossils. She wasn't there long enough maybe for you to notice it, but Brittany did have my fossil because she busted me yesterday, day 2, and I think I was 33rd or so. So if you bust me and re-entry is closed, then I sign the fossil to you with congratulations for busting me and autograph it, the name of the event, the date, and all that. So she won 18,000 and a fossil.
I'm not from
Heck
here.
yeah.
I'm all over the place. Military,
Good 3 days
childhood,
work.
So we were bouncing around. 7 years as a kid, I lived in Texas, in Florida and California, and then I moved back from California a couple years ago. I used to be up north though, Weatherford, which is like outside.
Travis here, pocket 8s, fresh off of opening the button, getting 3-bet by Maddie. He is going to open again, this time for 550.
Jacksonville, Duval County, baby. UNF and JU.
2 folds, 2 folds. You play best bet a lot?
I never played poker over there. I wasn't playing poker.
Too young?
Yeah, too young, and
Caleb just lets it go.
I played like
And
actually the first kind of 4.
I really want him to get dealt 6-3 again to see what he does.
yeah, that might be a one and done. Although, if he really loves 6-3, he may just be forced to play it if he sees it again.
Some of my friends, and
I mean, that's why he was talking about it yesterday. It was like that's his favorite hand, and that's one he's gonna like play and overplay.
Marine options, they didn't have anything to do, so.
And I was telling them like, well, I used to be superstitious about a hand, but it was 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds.
Really good. He sat down and he was talking to us about like all the strategies.
That was the final hand when I beat David Williams in the main event, and then after a year, I'd noticed every time I got dealt that hand, I won. So then I decided. I consciously decided I'm going to be superstitious about this, and I overplayed it, and I got all in and behind so many times, and I never lost for 8 years.
Wow.
So it wasn't until 2012 that I ever lost with that hand.
actually do that.
That's a good run. That's
I don't know. I haven't tried.
It didn't work.
a gift.
Okay,
Gift from the poker gods right there. Here is your winning hand. Go out and flourish.
Yep, and then I lost when I got a guy all in pre-flop. I flopped a set, and he went runner straight in a $60 tournament in Gretna, Florida. Because I was there teaching a seminar, playing their daily events while I was there.
Jacksonville? Oh, okay.
And I was like, what? I mean, I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. And then ever since then, I've done nothing special with that hand.
You used it up.
The spell was broken.
It was 8. It pocketed, 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds for 8 years.
Deuce of hearts, deuce of diamonds here for Ethan. And he's got 15 big blinds in the hijack. Sometimes we're going to do some sort of equity denial jamming with pairs, but I don't think deuces qualify.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it's a good fold. Because you hate to jam and run into a better hand. And even if it's just 2 overs, you're not in great shape.
Especially with my guy having just gone through the blind and being quite short now. I mean, I think your risk premium is such that, you're probably just incentivized to min open all of your hands regardless.
Yep.
Was he's on like 4 or 5? 4 or 5
like we see now, he would have got there if he had jammed, but he's still just, if you don't jam, what do you do on this queen 6-4? I mean, you can see bet, and if they don't raise, fine, I'll but if you get any pushback, you basically have to give up.
Yeah, and Mike, to answer your question, he started with 8 blinds before he went into the big blind, so he's going to come out with 5.5.
5.5, okay. Yeah, that king 5-0, I think if you get frisky and do like a 3-bet bluff, it's like any of those high lows that don't really play well post flop.
So Atypical Blackjack wants to know how did he make it to the final table? He ain't playing at all. I presume you are talking about my guy. I played with him for a little while yesterday, and this is him playing his short stack game. He wasn't short stacked when I was playing with him, and he was quite active. and willing to mix it up with lots of hands. But now that he's short, he's, you know, waiting for a good enough hand to commit. And sometimes you don't find those, and so you either have to blind down to dust, or you have to choose to make a stand with a not very good hand.
Maddie there, 3x open on the ace king, was opening TJ's big blind. And looking at the chip counts there, on tilt Eric still leading the way, over 40 big blinds.
And I'm reviewing my notes, and my guy has the highest money win total in Hendon Mob of anyone else at the final table. His lifetime Hendon Mob is close to it's over 300,000 now, counting this event. So he's definitely the most prolific tournament performer at the final table. So I'm sure he does not play nitty most of the time, or at least, you know, super tight most of the time.
Found a double up. That was nice.
And he wasn't nitty at all yesterday.
Yeah, both Drew and Caleb are definitely, you know, grinding the local tournament scene on a regular basis. I do battle with both those players regularly, and yeah, both of them definitely capable.
Too much
And
in fact, he gave me a double up in a spot because he got really aggressive on me. He had called my pre-flop raise with pocket eights, and he called my down bet when the flop came. I think it was ace queen 6 with 2 clubs. I checked back the 5 on the turn, and the river was the 6 of clubs. So pair the bottom card on the flop, bring in the front door flush. He bet enough to put me all in. I called with ace jack and doubled through his pocket eights, but he definitely was playing poker and putting me to the test.
Yeah, tough when you're just sort of handcuffed to the short stack, though, and don't really have many options, and that is the current situation here for my guy, as the next shortest stack right around sort of 14, 15 blinds there. He's got another couple hands until the blinds strike.
Okay. King 3-0. We're ready to get active. Eric's ready to shift into high gear.
That is right. See if we get a defend here from Ethan in the big blind. No, he's just going to release the queen
Beautiful
9.
situational pickup. Just honestly, if you're a chip leader in these situations, when you got my guy so short, you know, keep chirping until they tell you to stop. You know.
Absolutely
see what you
agree.
can get away with.
And that's why it's nice, actually, right now having that short stack on your right, because, you know, it's not that people usually think I want the big stack on my left, but in this particular case, because Eric's the chip leader, he can make sure my guy is folded, and now he can attack everyone else who has all that extra ICM pressure on them. I'm kind of surprised he didn't raise this king 7.
Yeah, I think it'd be a pretty slam dunk spot here, given the dynamic that we've just described.
And with
Travis, though, is going to do the opening.
Sorry.
Exchange is coming.
Eric also ran away from the table, so something else. I don't know, he's
Honest
like
man.
off to get a drink, use the restroom, whatever.
Are we nearing a break? Is that why people are leaving, or they just got better things to do?
So my guess is that we're going to have a break every 2 levels for every 2 hours. So we, you know, killed the first 6 minutes of that last level, and then should have 2 full 1-hour levels until the first break. So I think we are somewhere around 20 minutes away from these players going on a relatively short break, and I presume it may be as short as 10 minutes.
All right, here we go. It's got an ace. I agree. This shove is absolutely correct. And under the gun. To be honest, I think he should have shoved here with any 2 cards.
I was gonna say, I think with that big blind ante, we're gonna want to get it in, huh?
Yes. By the time I'm even down to 8 big blinds, unless I'm on the bubble or something, I'm shoving any 2 cards under the gun.
Nice answer.
Yeah, I think my number's 4 or 5 probably.
Yeah, see, with 5 though, I hate not shoving under the gun, because then if I get junked in the big blind, it's still going to be correct to fold, and now I've lost half my stack. Now, again, if we're on the bubble, that would be different. Maybe my best play. I mean, if I'm down to, 8 big blinds and the average stack is 40 on the bubble, then most of my equity is getting a min cash. So if I can fold my way to a min cash, that's probably the best play with crappy cards.
550. 2 folds. 3 folds.
My guy here in the big blind, fresh off of picking up the blinds and ante,
6 calls. Heads up.
is going to go ahead and see a flop here. SPR already under 1 because he started so short, and that is not really the flop that I would say either player really had in mind. Travis, of course.
I don't like that call at all with his stack size.
I actually like it. I think that it doesn't really change his situation at all. He gets any piece of it, he can be aggressive and often pick it up against a late position open. Like any pair, he can just check jam. Any flush draw, any straight draw. And I think that ends up picking up. You can end up in a lot of situations where he has a chance to like pick up 40 to 50% of his stack.
Well, the problem I have with it though is like now his stack is short enough that when he jams in 5 blinds, any of these big stacks might look him up with a super wide range. So his fold equity has gone to close to 0 at this point. And with that extra like 300,000 or whatever he called off pre-flop, he picks up I think a lot of extra fold equity. But I get your point. I don't disagree with you. I'm like, both sides. I don't know.
I mean, there's it's a nuanced game. There's definitely reasons for both. I think I agree with you if he's any shorter. But I would like to think that 5 big blind still has fold equity here, but it's definitely something that needs to be. You're absolutely right that needs to be the consideration.
Yeah, if this was a seniors event, for sure. I've gone all in for like 3 big blinds and gotten it through in a seniors. I mean, I'm not trying to make fun. I'm just saying, like,
oh, it's great. It's like valid.
You're way more likely to get that short stack shove through the table at a seniors event.
Yeah, I love it. And you got to pay attention to those sorts of dynamics, right? And I mean, I think Drew though, he's just like, I've got a suited 1-gapper, and like,
that's an all-in for sure. A6, and he is.
I mean, there's also the old like stop and go approach too. Like this person, is likely going to have some big cards. Of course, we saw he just had a pair of 10s, but you see some sort of dusty looking board where you flop a gut shot or a flush draw or something, and you stuff it, and you get them to let go of 2 overcards or something. You don't even have a pair. That's
he's calling Queen 4, so I don't know if that extra like 300,000 he could have saved would have made the difference or not. But if he doubles up, he'll be glad he got called.
So far, so good. Ace-6 holding, knocking out a couple of those pair outs for Terminator on the turn as well. And sure enough, my guy gets the dub.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Cocktails. Feature table.
Yeah, Drew needs another heavy. Let's go. Over 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, I think though if we went back and looked at the pre-flop equities, he would rather Queen 4 folded and he wants the blinds than Queen 4 calls him.
I have one more double up. I think he's going to double up.
Yeah, there's something to be said for like just picking up the blinds and sort of, increasing your stack size by 50% without having to go to showdown. That's absolutely a big win. I mean, there's also a point in the tournament where you're like, I need to double up. Like, I actually need to put myself in a position where every round of the blinds isn't just like savagely crippling, so that I can actually try to play some poker. And when you're just that short, like, you kind of, it's like, dude, if someone calls me with Queen 4 and I have Ace-6 suited, like, I'll take that spot. Yes, I'm going to bust, some, 30-40% of the time.
I'm just talking purely math, though. Like, picking up 625 if they fold, his average profit when he got called there by Queen 4 was less than 625. I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I think,
But I mean, it's like, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to comment on
got
Travis's
information.
standpoint. I think it's an interesting consideration.
raise
to
your
let
small
Queen 4 go
H5?
there, and even just like
interesting.
allow him to pick up the blinds, keep him short, because then it allows you as chip leader.
Well, it was even Terminator that made the call.
H5.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Terminator, not Travis.
Yeah, which honestly,
I like it
makes-
even less.
No, 6-3 is my hand.
Not H5
I tried to
off.
bluff
I
him
mean,
with
that was
6-3,
sort
it
of
did not
the
work.
thing that we
I
didn't
should've
talk about there in
bluffed
the
him.
hand is that Terminator, who we've seen fold in a couple of spots, right? Most notably the
Don't tell
eights
me
to
that, now I'm gonna be
or not the
tired.
eights.
We should have kept it secret.
Yeah.
Now I'm forgetting exactly what the hand was, but folded to a 3-bet, right? And
The ace jack suited
yeah, okay.
against eights.
And then Queen 4, it's like, oh, how many blinds? 4.5? Sure. I mean, of course, he already had one out there, but snapped it off.
Yeah, I think that's a misstep. I think he's going to be kicking himself over that, especially if he has to pay the price for it.
Yeah, that chipped him down to 4 million, so sub 20.
Grab this chair. Is it okay if I grab that chair?
Yeah, so we're looking at seeing a flop here, limp pot.
Flush, right? Is it?
Maddie calling from under the gun. Caleb and Ethan come along, and we see a pretty dusty 6-high rainbow
grab this
board.
one.
Ethan with a gut shot over cards for Maddie and Caleb. But Maddie here is going to attack for a bet of 450 here. Does have that sort of like scary limp range, right? Like you're always like, ooh, what does that guy have? Does he just have like aces over there?
Yeah.
And
That's
King
exactly
Jack.
what I was thinking. It's like, you know, you hate playing even if you'd had top pair, like if Ethan had King 6 and flop top pair there, he's just like, is this guy trapping? Was his you know, is that why he limped? Because he's not chip leader anymore, but he's still a very big stack. You know, he's still in that kind of virtual tie for first in the top 3, and then we've got, you know, the next 2 and the bottom 2. So it's kind of, you know, you don't see a lot of open limps at the final tables of these things.
Very true. Bones making a good point as well. Says Terminator benefits the most from busting a short stack, much more than a big stack would, and that's definitely true. The big stacks, of course, getting to leverage their opponents with the short
I
stack.
think Terminator benefits from a short
play.
stack busting more, but I don't know that Terminator benefits most to be the person that's at risk to do the busting.
Exactly, and that was going to be my point. They kind of it's two competing,
Sure. Yeah.
two competing sort of motivators.
So we're getting a healthy 3-bet.
3 folds.
Yeah,
It's probably going to work.
because I faced a similar sort of situation on my final table a week ago, where I sort of blundered, where the short stack jammed under the gun and I called the button with King Queen O, and in retrospect, after sort of looking at some sims and sort of thinking more about it, of course, I'm just yeah. Let's get back to this. Wow, spicy 4-bet here from On Tilt Eric.
All in. Wow. So he either has a really good read that he can get Travis to fold, or he kind of just went crazy.
So definitely the sort of prevailing winds about the On Tilt boys is that they are liable to do some big crazy stuff that will either win them chips or sort of light the stack on fire. I think this is definitely an example of that. 10-8, not part of your traditional 4-betting range.
Well, and the thing too here is Travis, if he could see the cards, he would call, but then he's still only 60-40. It's not like, Eric is like miles behind.
Game flow wise, this is super interesting, and given that we've already kind of labeled Travis as maybe a bit more snug for a player with chips, it makes the play even more exciting I would say, as a target. You know, I would imagine if I was Eric, I'd be envisioning a very tight 3-bet range by Travis, so he should have in theory less 3-bet folds, and for him to just have exactly ace queen here, ace queen suited. That's beautiful stuff. That's some live stuff right there. I love it.
If Travis learns about this hand when the live stream catches up to real time, he'll be fine right now, and then 20 minutes from now he might be on crazy monkey tilt.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be setting it. It'll be setting a tone if they check the stream for sure.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, look, now Eric is a clear chip leader over Maddie and Travis, and can really just pedal to the metal.
Here, I'm going to respond to Stephen Ray. He's either right or wrong. Good analysis. Well, my point is, it's not that he's either right or wrong. It's why. Why did he make the shove? You know, if you're playing in just a typical low-limit cash game and some drunk guy is raising all the time, he's just spewing. He's not shoving it in for a smart reason. But if he's noticed that Travis just is never going to call a 4-bet without like aces or kings, then it becomes a smart play. So there's a lot of that in poker, and that's why it can be really hard to quickly determine if someone's a good player or not such a good player. So a good aggressive player can be hard to distinguish from a maniac who's just mindlessly spewing chips until you've played with them for a while.
Yeah, really awesome stuff. Really awesome stuff.
So Ethan here now, down at 8 bigs, and my guy also paying the blind and the ante here. So after going through the blinds, will find himself in a very similar situation. Those two players definitely feeling the most sort of pressure to get some chips and distance themselves from one another. Everyone who isn't Eric sort of feeling the ICM pressure of just kind of stay out of the way. Wait till these guys bust.
I wouldn't have minded a shove there from Ethan with that 8-6 of hearts. It's obviously not a great hand. But look who's in the blinds, not the bigger stacks. So they're more inclined to fold to his shove if they have some kind of marginal hand. And 8-6 suited plays reasonably well against the kinds of hands that will call you. So when you get called by the ace-king, ace-queen, stuff like that, against those kinds of hands, you're in really good shape. You still have, 40% equity or more. It's only when you run into the big overpairs that you're in trouble. So I don't think it's a bad fold, but I also think it would have been a good shove.
Yeah, I know that you get some sort of 8-7 stuff that starts to mix in there at those low stack sizes. I don't know. I generally tend to lean more towards just pure high card value for the small stack jams.
Yeah.
Because again, whenever you start to see the sort of 8-7 stuff come into the sims, it's usually when it's always when you're thinking about playing like against other GTO opponents, and they're just not calling the same way, they're not folding the same way, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe that's fine. I'm not too sure. In any case, we've got Maddie limping once again, this time from the cutoff. My guy ripping it in with the red 8s, and on tilt Eric here seemingly with a decision. I mean, this is one of the big stacks already showing an interest in the pot over there with a limp.
Yeah.
And it's a full 8 big blind or 7 big blind jam, I think. I guess 8.
Queen jack. Yeah. I mean, Eric calls for sure if it had just folded to my guy and he shoved the 8s.
Maddie made the call. Here we go. We're getting the run out. Gonna need a queen jack or an ace. Doesn't come. My guy gets the double.
Big side.
Hello. Hello. I'm back.
You never left.
Drew says I'm back, and Ethan's like, damn it. I didn't want you to be back. I wanted the ladder up.
I'm back, baby. I'm back, baby. Hello.
Yeah, it's always funny when you're like in a big field on the bubble You know, so they tell you like, oh, if someone's all in and gets called, freeze the action, you know, until the other hands finish. And then the short stack survives, and you know, like 200 people are going, ah, oh man.
Yeah. Or when you're the poor guy that had your like aces cracked on the stone bubble and you're like moping out of the room and everyone's cheering. Yeah, you're like, oh, thanks.
Cheering for your failure.
What is that? The defibrillator? Defibrillator?
Wow.
Now
Here's some
aces.
chips and some birds.
My guy.
On tilt Eric here. He's reaching for chips. Oh, this is a interesting play. We're just gonna flat from the small blind.
Well, he must be planning something on the flop. Not just hitting a flop. He's not just trying to hit a flop, I don't think. Bad flop for Eric.
Yeah, I mean, and while certainly Eric, I guess, can be just sort of flatting some 6s and 5s and stuff at some frequency, this board seems pretty safe for the birds. Down bet from my guy, 350.
See, and Eric's hand's so vulnerable to overcards, he's probably going to put in the raise right now rather than just call.
Agreed.
But no, he's... Oh, and that is a
Yeah, he
raise.
does.
I thought he was grabbing calling chips for a second.
Yeah.
I was like, really? Because actually, I think Eric is playing well. Like the earlier hand, I was just saying that's the difference between the good players and the bad players. Sometimes you're going to pick a play, you know, and someone else will pick the play, and it's the same play, but if they did it for a different reason than you, then maybe one of you is a really good player and the other one not so much.
Aaron, if you're my guy here, would you finding flat or you finding all in after the raise?
Well, let's see how much he's got here. 4.2 million, so we're talking 17 bigs. He bet 350, got raised to
750. It looks like. I kind of, well, I think it depends more what you think of Eric. But if I don't know Eric, I might just call and let him barrel again, because even if the ugliest card possible, like a 7 or a 4, comes off on the turn, I'm still never getting away from the aces. So let the guy keep the lead and just call him.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's merit to what you just said there, Greg. I think this jam is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
I'm not sure. I think it's fairly close, because you don't want to flat here with your aces, and now a big card comes off on the turn that slows the other guy down.
Every card's a scare card for the made hands you beat. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Every card other than a 10 or a 6 is a scare card to Eric.
I mean, let's think about the hands that you want to get called by, though, right? Like, or that have like a reasonable chance of calling you. Let's say pocket 7s, pocket 8s, maybe 9s.
Yep.
Does the jam just like instantly scare those away when you're just such a big favorite that the board texture is really irrelevant to like what you're trying to get paid by? So that's sort of the other side of the equation, I suppose.
Yeah, no, in this situation, in a
Yeah, that's right.
live 1100 in Texas is different than other scenarios, right? Like it's.
But if Eric has, you know, a 4, if he has pocket 4s, ace 4, he's never folding anyways. If he has something like 7,
the semi bluffs are going with it, right? Yeah,
you know,
any of the
he's
4X.
just like, I believe you have an overpair, but now I'm pot committed because I have so many outs.
Fuck it, I guess.
So it's.
You're a nice guy.
I'm wondering if it's me, like if I'm Eric, am I shoving ace 5? Am I like 3-bet shoving ace 5 to like try to discourage, you know, 8, 9 and stuff to. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely starts to get into the weeds here, and until Eric, right? I mean, the real question for him is like, Drew like literally just doubled up, went from dust to like has a playable stack, and there's a very short stack player who's about to go through the blinds over there. Like, is he really just like YOLOing this in with something that 10-6 is beating? And the answer is, I don't know, right? Like, maybe, but
I'm trying to find them. I'm trying to, you know, is he doing it with any 5? Is he doing it with any worse 6s? Like, if he has 6, 7, is Eric or is my guy jamming, or is he just calling? If he has 7, 8 suited, is it jamming? Is he jamming or calling over the raise? You know.
I mean, there are definitely players.
What does Eric
be in my guy's seat and have ace king right now?
Yeah.
But,
oh, absolutely.
You know, but that's usually like you're seeing that more on day ones and stuff than you are right now. Especially a guy who's been playing fairly snug with his short stack so far all day.
Drew is a straight baller too. Like, his opponent is on the clock, has the decision to make, and he's just like straight up making eye contact with him.
I feel like
I think the only real big lesson here is this is like you don't just flat 10-6. I just didn't see any good reason for that.
Yeah.
If you think that the button, if you think that, you know, Eric with a short stack, I mean, if you think my guy with a short stack is going to maybe fold 3-bet pre-flop,
Nice hand, nice
you know, and even then I don't love it. You know, I shouldn't say don't love it. I think it's a bad play no matter what.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why good pre-flop decisions, you know, are the foundation of any good strategy. You want to play hands that are easy to
if you had a bluff
decisions.
Nah, no bluff. No
I
bluff.
know it's not a bluff.
Yeah, no bluff.
That's why.
Right, and so just like that, my guy goes from like sub 2 million to 6.5, solidly in the middle of the pack. These 7 players remaining.
Yeah, we're gonna say this.
The next player to go out, of course,
I just
is
know you.
going to take home a tidy sum of $27,800. Right now, Ethan sort of facing the most immediate pressure to be that person. He's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Yeah, I looked away for a second there. I didn't see what Ethan had under the gun and folded, but you know, we could argue for him shoving a very wide range under the gun here. Big blind Danny and only 8 bigs.
Yeah, 8 bigs definitely a workable stack, but yeah, you know, as we've sort of already discussed, going through the blinds and coming out the other side with 5.5 definitely puts you at a pretty big disadvantage. But you know, versus stuffing all your chips in with a marginal hand, you know, you kind of got to weigh both sides of it. Here we go, 350 from Travis with the turn straight.
Like Maddie always tosses the chips in like he's angry at the world.
And Brick City here on the end for Maddie.
Like a
and
small
a little bit of everything here.
That's big. That's big. I would have liked to seen a block bet there. Let some of the flush draws that missed maybe bluff, maybe get some crying calls from 1 pair and 2 pair hands. Yeah, that run out is so good for the defense range. He's gonna have far more of the 6x. So a lot of reasons.
Well, the nice thing too, like you say, if he puts out that really small blocker size bet and gets called, and they see him with essentially the nuts, you know, now he can potentially bluff at pots later when he has nothing for just a tiny little amount.
Absolutely.
It's all about balance, right?
Yeah. Painting that picture and developing some history with these guys. Oh, here we go.
Just making sure it got announced.
Terminator just calls off of 12, 13 big blinds, 14 big blinds.
Just like that, you're right back.
Quickly just calls, I might add.
Maybe Ethan, get an ace on the flop and Ethan might light her up.
Or a jack. How about a jack?
That does not. That just means Terminator's probably going to win a good pot. It's not good news for Ethan. It's good news for Terminator.
Interesting here. Jack 10 high board until Eric just snap checks it over.
And immediately bets half pot.
I won't be shocked to see a shove. Nope.
SPR is well under 1, and my goodness, what a turn card. That is the 9 of hearts, not the 7 of diamonds.
All in.
This is gnarly, and that's going to get called.
Now he's going for the all-in. Okay. It's a scary card.
Yeah, King Queen just super drilled it, but if you're Terminator,
Is King Queen gonna just donk jam there?
well, yeah, I mean, in like
I think the real
most
question
worlds,
right now
no.
is, do we have to call clock before Terminator makes a decision?
I
I
think
mean,
that
this is a legitimate big decision.
This is the first time where it's warranted, but also, I mean, I'd be shocked if he folded here.
I'm not expecting him to. I'm
Yeah,
just saying
not-
it's going to be a little while.
Yeah,
Saving back like 20 odd years ago, there was a real thing about like just not calling the clock on people, and I had seen hands take 15. One decision take 15 minutes.
I'm going straight to Colombia, bro. I'm booking a one-way flight to
yeah.
Colombia.
I'm happy to see more people doing it. I think it's just best for the game. It's the friendlier. Ironically, it's the friendlier thing to do, even though it feels so personal. It's the friendlier thing to do for everybody and for the game, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
to keep things
a
moving.
faster paced game though too, especially if you think you're one of the better players at the table. You want the game to move along because the more
100%.
hands you play, the more your edge grows.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 50%. And then like
Time's money, honey.
Well, it's just like that's the reason too. A lot of the better players like the more small ball approach because that means more decisions per hand until you get to the all-in point. And if I'm better at making decisions than my opponent, then I'd rather have a hand have 5 decisions and not 4, or 4 decisions instead of 3.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wow.
It looks like the ace-jack might be headed for the bin.
And it looks like he's thinking of folding.
Wow, sir, and Eric gets it through.
My goodness. The
Nice
sort of lowest probability, highest like reward spot for the ace-jack versus ace-king on jack-high board, and then still manages to lose the hand. That is a tough one.
That's tough. I feel
now
I
you
feel
guys,
for him.
people that want us to bring back the thing they did only during the 2004 main event, which is the rabbit cam. Every time the hand finished on the turn, the dealer would burn,
Oh,
pull off what would have been the river card face down, show it to a little camera that the dealer had next to him, not show it to us in real time.
I
And
forgot
then they could show that card on the TV show later.
Yeah, I think we're all curious as to what that river would have been, but we will never know. And TJ chips down substantially after committing roughly half of his stack and then finding the fold button. So he is now in the danger zone right there with Ethan.
Yeah, he looks uncomfortable. He's in his head now. I feel for him. He's going to watch this footage, and it's just not a good feeling. But, man, to make it this far, a lot of pots are going to go right and a lot of pots are going to go wrong. It's just the nature of tournament poker. So
yeah. Well, until Eric is going to miss a hand, he's over here convening with the crew. They seem to be looking at a live stream on his phone, so trying to get some information on his opponents, but he misses a hand. Would have had pocket 3s.
Yeah, it's the only thing I don't like about live streams in general. I love live streams, but you know, the fact that like if you're someone that has friends, you can get that kind of, you know, help. It's obviously delayed and it's available to everyone. But, you know, like if one of these guys is, you know, flew in from Denver to play and he doesn't have anyone he knows still here today on Monday, then how does he get that kind of advice?
Wow.
Caleb makes the call from the big blind here, committing a big portion of his remaining chips. And we're going to have an all-in confrontation, nearly 4 million in the middle. Ethan ahead, but needs to fade the queen 10.
Now needs to fade half the deck. He does.
And just like that, Ethan trades places with Caleb as far as the chip stacks are concerned.
Nice hand, brother.
He's down to a mil.
Oh, thank you.
The King 4 skated.
I didn't want to.
If Caleb just could have turned a flush draw to make it even that much more dramatic. Yeah.
Damn, 10-8 suited?
For the
We all
stream.
like sweaty turn cards.
A 6.
What do you think about Queen 10-0 in the calling range there, Mike? 8 blinds.
I think in
Wow.
I think in chip EV you can be
You know he bluffed
considering it blind versus blind, but I think from the button it's a fold.
Yeah.
I think I'm also folding Queen Jack. You know, maybe King Jack O is my bottom.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's just, you know, it can, of course, it's tough to make these decisions in the moment as well, right? I mean, I sort of made this mistake, a very similar one last week, where
8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. There's the hand.
you can't possibly lose.
He can. I couldn't for 8 years. I can lose with it now, but for 8 years I couldn't.
But yeah, risk premium is a tough thing to gauge when you sort of have this idea in your mind of just like, well, I think he can be jamming lighter, and I'm going to take my chances here. And then it doesn't work out. My guy making the call way, way, way behind here, but has a suited 2-gapper and probably sees a lot of flops like this one that he just gets away from no further damage.
Yeah, I mean, most of his equity was just getting Eric to fold. You know, like if this had been a much scarier looking flop, like, you know, King Queen Deuce, and if Eric had checked that back, now my guy could fire the turn and maybe win it that way. But now he has to just do a pure airball bluff or give up on the hand, and that's the right play. So as we can see, he's not anywhere near as tight now that he has some chips. Yeah.
Now I'm like third bottom TJ and
So our blinds did go up to 300K. And so everyone's that much shorter relative, you know, their relative stack size. I was about to say something, the graphic was off by a bit, but now it's not. What's he raising with? Our graphic hasn't caught up with the players yet.
And also, apparently, we're not getting that break as the blinds have gone up to the 300K mark. And
okay, queens for Ethan. King Queen. Travis up in King Queen. Ethan went all in with queens. And I don't know if Travis is going to fold or not. I think he will, but and I think the correct decision, I mean, it's easy for us here, but I mean, if I'm in Travis's seat, I think the correct decision is, this is one of those where you're like, both decisions seem to suck equally.
yeah, I think the most telling aspect of this is not just like that this is a 3-bet jam, but this is low jack open, high jack jam. Like they had to go through cutoff, button, and both blinds. So I don't think Ethan is just going to be like launching it in here with something that King Queen is way ahead of. Obviously, there's like plenty of sort of middling pairs that he can be flipping against, but
Yeah.
does he want to take that spot right now?
Yeah, I don't know how, you know, I don't know Ethan's game really at all, other than, you know, what we've seen today. Is he ever going to have, like you said, jacks, 10s, 9s? Is he ever going to have ace jack? Because ace jack is okay. Like, I'm not that far behind ace jack with my king queen. But, I mean, this is almost certainly a fold, since
Agreed.
Ethan hasn't shown any indication of being super loose. I mean, Open jamming king high on the button when you're super short stack doesn't mean you're a loose player.
I mean, he's arguably the player we've seen the least of, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have VPIP charts, do we?
No.
Okay. They had that for the live stream on Wednesday.
Yeah, we turned off everything except for stack depth here, just to sort of, I mean, certainly like aggression frequency and went to showdown, all that stuff is sort of nonsensical in this arrangement, so it just streamlined it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I mean, there's such a change when you go 9, 8, 7, 6-handed. You know, so those numbers don't, you know, they change so much as you get shorter and shorter.
Exactly right.
So if you were super tight 9-handed because you were like the third stack from the bottom and you're kind of supposed to be playing pretty tight, and now you make it to 3-handed, like your VPIP might be really low compared to the other two players, but that's because they were big stacks the whole time. Not really because you.
Right. The situation changed, so the goalpost is changing, so the stat means far less at final table formats.
Yeah.
Wow, Maddie opens hijack and is going to call off here. Caleb in a brilliant spot to double up. Ace-9 suited against the 10-9 for Maddie. Over 4 million in the middle. Can Caleb stay alive once again? Favorable flop.
Very unfortunate to end up being dominated here.
Just like that.
Thanks, brother.
Absolutely reasonable raise call by Maddie. With so much equity normally with a hand like 10-9 suited. Really unlucky to run into the ace-9 there.
Yeah, certainly true. And another spot here for Ethan to be like, come on, man, get him. Damn it, you know? And it just doesn't work out. Although, sorry, now it's actually Terminator who is the one who was sweating that. Sorry, Ethan did get the double up earlier, so he wasn't sweating that. It was Terminator that was hoping for that to end in more blood.
Yep. I mean, if he had gotten knocked out there, the Terminator picks up another, like, what, 6,000, 7,000 or something?
Yeah, let's go ahead and put those payouts here on the screen for just a moment as Until Eric looks down at 10s on the button. Next player going out going to go home with 27.8. And then after that, it's up to 33.6. So, yeah, pretty healthy pay jump there.
Yeah, it's like I pick up 6,000 just because I folded a bad hand and watched someone else go broke. So it's going to be tough. Eric picks up a good hand. And,
oh, look at this.
Oh, but that's not going to be tough to play. I was going to say, it's tough to play against the loose, aggressive player when they pick up a great hand. You know, you tend to pay them off too much. But that is not the case. With kings, you're just like, please don't give him an ace on the flop to bluff me with.
Well, we've already got a little bit of a dynamic here, right? I mean, it was Travis that folded the ace-queen in that 4-bet pot against Until Eric earlier, and I wonder if that's going to factor in here at all. Of course, Eric just has a strong hand, but, like, is this guy just pushing back because you got him that one time, or does he actually have it?
It's been long enough that they know, and does Travis know? Like, we've seen Eric consulting.
God.
Wow. We've seen Eric consulting with the rail, but has Travis got anyone feeding him data?
Yeah,
this is a big one. This is the hand of the tournament right here. 21 million. Tens need help. And they do pick up extra outs.
He has 4 outs instead of 2.
Let's go.
Nice hand.
Wowza.
Damn.
That is incredible. Travis here getting the double up here. Kings full of aces on the run out, and Until Eric goes from a substantial chip lead over the rest of the table down to under 15, right around 15 big blinds.
It's funny, that's almost the exact same board I saw at my table on day 1, and the kings full of aces lost to quads.
Wow.
You know, I was about to comment that Travis's 3-bet size was quite large.
He might have been trying to induce the shove.
And,
Like
yeah,
if I
well,
three bet smaller, you will 4-bet, but not all in.
Well, and when you're facing aggression from an opponent that we've we've labeled as tight,
Jesus.
you know, you think
It's
about
never easy either. He's got a
you're more
straight
incentivized
draw.
to take the pot down because there's more in there, but you know, are you just running into the blade? And that is such a player dependent thing. You know, I'm sure Eric is touching base with his rail, and they're like, you know, yo, this guy folded ace queen suited in that other 3-bet pot.
Yeah. That's like, we're sure Eric knows that if it's hit the live stream at this point. I don't know if it's been long enough or not.
No, that's a good point. It's just, you know, just speculating. It's interesting. Like, does that, if you're Eric, does that incentivize you to jam and pick up those chips more, or does that give you pause and you slow down? You know, it really.
I'd be if I knew about that fold and I knew Travis didn't know, I'd be more inclined to 4-bet jam for sure. Like if I knew Travis was like, man, I wish I had friends on the rail, like sharing hand histories with me, like you do. So I knew he didn't know about that 10-8 bluff. I would be much more likely to 4-bet jam.
4.5 blind shove here from TJ on the button. Ethan with the ace going to make the call, and Terminator's going to need some help. Statistical coin flip here, but Terminator behind.
Everybody stands up, but it's all in the green bullet. God.
Yeah. Personally, I do pretty horrible with ace X against 2 cards bigger than my kicker.
Small stacks double up.
That seems to be my Achilles heel.
Nice.
Terminator gets the double up. 3.2 million now, so not quite 11 blinds, but certainly a much healthier spot to be in. And we've had the stacks at the bottom end, you know, equilibrate a little bit. Nobody is on like super dust now that Terminator has gotten the double up.
Is that our third or fourth short stack double?
Gosh, I think that might be like our 4th, like for sure, maybe even 5th, right?
Yeah, it's good to
Caleb's
know
done it twice.
It's good to know that it doesn't only happen to me. Like, it's nice to know that this is a common occurrence. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are these bottom 3 are just squirming in their chairs. They're all just trying to outlast one another, and the poker gods are like, "No, sir, we're gonna make you squirm. We're gonna make you sweat."
Oh, what's really painful is when like someone gets it all in way behind, and you're thinking, like,
sure
"Oh,
thing.
thank you. I'm gonna get the ladder."
Right.
And then
right.
they stuck out, and you're just like, "No!"
Already texting mom.
Like I'm in as much pain as the chip leader who lost that pot.
That's right.
Until Eric here running into it once again. Travis on the button, ace jack suited. 3 bets.
Huge lead. Hey, just calling, not gonna jam this one.
Oh wow, he's gonna play out of position here. SPR well under 1 with ace deuce suited.
Must be planning to jam this flop. I don't like the call unless he was gonna shove all these flops.
Oh, what? Okay.
Okay, I don't like the call.
Heater.
Wait, so you're
wait,
thinking
what are you saying?
full on stop and go regardless of the texture? Just
Yeah, I'm thinking either full on stop and go or fold to the re-raise.
interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. I don't know that I would follow that.
I mean,
same
I like folding. Like open with ace deuce, fold to the 3-bet out of position.
So
But if you're not going to fold, I think it has to be a full-blown
10.
stop and go.
Those
And
are
it
the
would have worked
combinations
on that board.
which made it there.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on the same page
That's
that
what on the turn it
calling
was very
out of
sneaky.
position there is
Tell
not going to result in a lot of wins, but
I love it.
There, it's all in with ace queen. Obviously, that can't be a bad choice.
the players are mic'd up, right? So TJ just sort of like ran off the screen or ran off of the table there to take a phone call. It sounded like his buddy was telling him something about the hand that came out earlier.
Gotta be careful with these mics, everybody. I don't know how long they stretch here, the coverage area, but there's been more than one player that like went to the bathroom and made some noises they really didn't want broadcast.
The future is now.
Shout out to TCH Production, though. It is nice to have mic'd up players. I know that the viewers often at home enjoy hearing the table talk, so it's nice to have that option. And it seems like, you know, we can really capture a lot of the banter between the guys, which is cool.
For sure.
It's a nice feature.
After I saw that
Yeah, and a shout out to the 856 folks watching here on YouTube
Oh, wow.
and our other streaming platforms. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to watch and commentate on this game so far. Of course, also thank you to Greg and Mike for joining me here on this broadcast. We've got, you know, we're shaping up for several more hours to go. We're at the roughly 2.5 hour mark here. Still 7 players, and the average chips not that short. I mean, we're talking, I'm trying to remember how many chips were in play.
47
million, right?
Something like that. So, you know, divide it by 7 and you got, you know, close to 7 million for the average stack. So you got 23 bigs, 24 bigs for the average stack right now, which is pretty good for an $800 tournament. You know, how many $800 tournaments do you still have this much play at the final table?
Absolutely right. And once again, looking at the chip stacks there, we've got 3 players all right around the 3 million mark. So 10 big blinds is sort of bottom end of the spectrum here.
It's kind of like when I busted Josh Aryeh in 04, you know, and he was like going to David and he, you know, said something in David's ear, not knowing that the chest mic would still pick it up.
Was he throwing shade or what?
How offensive am I allowed to, how bad of a word am I allowed to say on your stream?
You know, it's your life. Live it to the fullest, Greg.
Because, you know, he like, you know, goes up to David, kind of pulls him in close, puts his mouth right in David's ear, and he's like, bust that motherfucker. And they picked it up perfect, because those mics are picking it up from your chest, not really from your mouth.
Nice.
So it was loud and clear. It wasn't muffled or anything.
Yeah,
So
well.
it's like, oops, he didn't know, because that's why he said it into his ear.
And on that day, Greg became the villain, but you were not vanquished on that day. Pair of 5s here for Terminator. Best hand on the flop and through the turn. On tilt, Eric, though, continuing the aggressive line. But TJ goes nowhere. Quick call.
Interesting. Because, I mean, well, it's hard to now, but Eric was representing the ace because it went check-check on the flop, right? So it's like he's saying, like, I checked the flop, I'm betting the turn. He's claiming an ace. Or maybe I'm misremembering the action. Great call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Eric with the foot on the gas. TJ says, you know what? I'm not here to fold anymore.
That was sharp. That's a great momentum shift there for TJ. Get his mojo back. Nothing better to hear than your opponent in that situation.
It can be so hard to make, but it's kind of like it's really hard to think Eric has an ace, given the way the hand was played pre-flop and on the flop.
Right, hearts miss. The
No, can't believe.
great card.
Sometimes you know can't believe it.
Yeah, I think it's maybe one of those things where he's just like hoping that TJ has just like a naked 4, who's just like calling down to hit the straight, breaks it off, and he'll fold, you know, queen 4, king 4, whatever it would have been. That jack 8 needs to have go away. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
Now Eric's here in a spot. He's kind of on the bottom of the totem pole. Rules are evolving here.
Pace of play have seemingly picked up as well. I think everybody's sort of feeling the pressure of the moment subsiding just a little bit. You know, there's like 3 players all pretty close. Although Eric there actually sort of set himself up now.
How you doing,
Pretty
brother?
close at the bottom, or pretty far at the bottom, I should say.
And that blind increase is really significant, right? You start feeling it when you're short-handed. You know, that's 750K in orbit, especially on these short stacks, is really going to motivate people to get involved.
And it can get more challenging too. If you're someone who likes to play loose aggressive, well, that's an exciting card. It's like Terminator. I made my straight, but I think Travis thinks he has enough showdown value to just check. Like I don't have to turn bottom pair into a bluff here because I might still beat a couple of hands. You know, an ace X that isn't a club.
Yeah, if you are going to turn some pairs into bluffs, the bottom pair seems like the one to do.
Yeah, just given the way the hands played, it's. I think he expects to lose to a club more so than anything else. I don't think he thinks he's run into a straight here.
900,000 here.
But he must put Terminator on something like a 9. You know, maybe a 10. Or maybe just like, oh, he might have a baby club and I can get him to fold that. Because that's what Terminator's really got. It's like he has the 4 of clubs, you know, with his straight. He's like, okay, I can beat all the bluffs and that's it.
Terminator on a heater. Makes the call.
Wow, good call. Damn, he's feeling a nice
And
call.
just like that, from death's doorstep up to 7 million here for TJ. Man, the swings in tournament poker, right?
Put me back on the table with like 2 big blinds. I feel like I'd be chip leader in an orbit just because that's the way it's been going. Like, you get short and then you just come back every time so far today.
And that's putting the table on notice. Do not try to bluff Terminator right now.
And he's second in chips. I mean, all the chips are in Travis's stack, and then everyone else is like 20 big blinds or below. So we've seen a very dramatic shift from our sort of initial dynamic. On tilt Eric here, jamming the cutoff, king 5 suited.
So yeah, it's less than 5 bigs. So I don't mind this shove. It's not like he can't fold his blind, so he needs to pick a spot here in the next couple hands.
Oh shit, there's another hand, my bad.
And the big blind is someone who might be less inclined to call, but he has way too good of a hand to fold.
Oh wow.
So he makes the very correct call with king queen, and he's a huge favorite.
Yeah, Eric here
There's a king.
does the fall from grace complete, or can he find a chop
Spade out? Oh, okay.
3.
or a 5?
There you go.
Flush.
Yum, yum.
Does not.
GG, Eric.
GG's, brother.
GG.
That's me.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean like a yum yum river, meaning, you know,
Great,
it's complete
great game
yum,
here,
yum.
Eric.
Just like that.
Thank you so much
He would've
for
been like,
playing
gotta talk to
the
him.
main event here at Texas Hard House TCH Social in
sure,
Austin.
sure.
Tough way to go out, but a fantastic run, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you and the rest of the On Tilt crew here in our upcoming series around the state.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
collects, what is it, 27,000?
But other than that, I thought he played really, really well. And he definitely makes life really hard for everyone else at the table, which is the sign of all the best players.
I was like,
Absolutely right. Mike, you were going to say something?
I was at exactly this. He collects 27.8 for his finish.
well, you got the big, yeah, 10.
Yeah, fantastic payout for a young man who's got plenty of poker ahead of him. And the next player to go out here, $33,590. Nice little payday there.
Nice hand.
And it's amazing too how much your VPIP needs to really go up, just going from 7 to 6 players. Well, nobody likes that flop, so who's going to bet and take it? And the C bet works.
Good continue.
The power of the C bet. Yeah, whether I'm doing it right or not, my c-bet frequency when I only get one caller is massively high.
Yeah, a lot of dynamics make it such that that is the appropriate approach. Of course, we've all seen the boards, you know, where you open under the gun and it comes, you know, 8-7-6 or something, and you're like, it's not really my flop against a big blind defend range. But yeah, you're absolutely right. C-betting wins pots.
What a dream
and
for
also
Travis here. What a dream spot to have everyone kind of biding their time equally and him to be on top. He could really, there's argument to be made that he could just be opening most hands now until given reason not to.
Yeah, anyone doubles through him, even Terminator. And I guess if Terminator doubles through him, then he'll be basically tied for chip lead at that point. But anyone else.
That's the threshold that I'm looking for as a chip leader to really put that ICM pressure to the max. If you can have second place double through you and still hold on to the lead, then that's liberty to go ham.
Absolutely. I would say Travis has, you know, up to this point, you know, showed himself to be maybe a little bit more reserved in his opening range. But yeah, we'll see if that changes. Maddie here getting a flush draw flop.
And it's funny because that actually works to his advantage if he were to open up more right now, because they still remember him being tight, and they may have seen the video or heard from their friends about folding the ace-queen. So his image is going to be really tight, despite him playing lots of hands now, possibly as the chip leader.
Yeah, it's a really good way to, you know, sort of shift gears, so to speak, right? Use your image to your advantage.
Just a measly 300.
And it looks like he is going to open up here. King 5 suited. Don't think he was playing that hand earlier in the tournament when he wasn't such a big stack.
Yep, I like it.
Oh, I don't think my guy's going to fold, though. He is, based on Hendon Mob at least, the most experienced tournament player at the final table. So he knows chip leaders get aggressive. He knows Ace-Jack is a great hand, six-handed.
Yeah.
And there's no super shorty, right? The short stack's like 4 million right now.
It's closer to 3, but yeah, there's no one who's sub 10 at the moment.
Trying to decide if I liked the flat or if I would like an all-in by my guy.
Yeah, calling off of 20 in the small blind. Definitely going to see a lot of just like challenging spots if your opponent is going to play that big stack aggressively, but gets the check back and picks up a diamond on the turn.
I think I would have liked to see a c-bet there from Travis. I mean, you're not saying you hit the 6-4-4 flop. You're just saying I raised because I thought I had the best hand, and neither of us hit this, so I probably still have the best hand.
Yeah, when I think about, I agree. I think when I think about the flatting range of my guy, it might be some worse suited aces that, you know, could even continue against a c-bet, and like, you know, he'd be betting for value, and it's just clean. You don't want to. You can deny equity to a lot of those middling face card hands.
It worked, even with that now flush draw. You got my guy to lay it down.
Wow.
So at least until these guys catch up on information from the live stream, Travis can probably steal quite a few pots between now and then. And then they'll see that he's doing it, and they'll probably not give him so much credit.
That was a pretty incredible turn situation, right? Like the ace-jack high with the diamond flush opportunity, but the delayed full pot or like half pot c-bet there just gets the job done. Interesting.
Did he have the ace or the jack of diamonds?
Jack of diamonds. Yeah, not the most inspiring, but yeah, I mean, you're certainly uncomfortable if you,
it's like the maximum equity that you're going to get to fold. It's really tough.
Yeah.
That might have been a good spot for Terminator to 3-bet
Game where you
shove.
can't lose this hand.
Though Maddie hasn't been very
Yeah.
lucid or
Doesn't
anything.
always win, but you
No,
the
but
entire final
interestingly
table.
enough,
I'm not betting you.
Maddie opted for a
I
3.3x open.
I pulled it a
A
pair.
hijack. Did he really make it a million?
He did. Yeah, and that's something that Maddie is very consistent with. He goes for the bigger sizes. It's usually sort of like the 3x standard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah,
or when he opened. He opened like king 10 early
Do
position.
your thing. It's not you, it's me.
It's larger.
I just don't like to get raised.
Yeah, so he sort of mixes, from what I've seen, mixes limping and 3x opening.
Okay. Do we know much about Maddie's background? As far as like, do you recognize him as a cash grinder or anything like that?
Definitely a tournament grinder here in the Austin area. So yeah, very much a regular face in the fields around town.
His Hendon mob, his biggest ever score was 36K, and his lifetime Hendon is 84.
Okay.
But of course, if you just mostly play the small local tournaments, I don't know how many of those get reported.
I mean, they're reporting a lot of them these days. But yeah, I presume he's you know, a true enjoyer of the game and has been for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear the Lodge reporting their free roll results that Greg was talking about earlier. That's
a lot of places don't report any of their daily events. Even poker rooms that have reasonably big, like you know, you win the daily event, you get 5,000, and even those, some poker rooms don't ever report those.
When I was
got a hand.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we got a hand developing here. I mean, it's a tricky spot here for my guy. Of course, he's got the chip leader 3-betting him. But yeah, I mean, every time you open and have to fold here is just really, really painful. I mean, these blinds are just chewing people up now.
Ready to get it in there.
I know. I'm so tempted.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb's a short stack with 11 bigs.
Took more than 1 second, I knew
You know, Ethan, my guy, not a lot more. You know, 15 or so bigs. Maddie, just again 3 or 4 more blinds bigger than that, and Terminator another 1. So I mean, Travis is sitting there with 70 bigs, and no one else has more than 20.
Yeah, fantastic spot. Of course, he's just running hot as well, right? I mean, like, you get ace king from the blind, like, sure, let's push these guys around.
Yeah. I admit, a lot of the tournaments I've won over the years, I just ran like that at the final table.
Sometimes all it takes is surviving to final 2 tables and then winning a couple good flips, and all of a sudden you're in contention.
It's like the toughest players that I've played heads up at the end of a tournament and beaten. It was just like the way the cards came, like they had no shot. You know, not because I am, like, I'm not trying to claim that I was better.
Oh, wow.
Ace Queen, is that, man, that feels like that has to be like a mistake in the reader. If he folded Ace Queen, that was a bad fold. If he actually had something else, that's fine, you know.
Trying to be politically correct here, but I think that's just inexcusable there.
You have it. You have it.
I don't. Does your reader ever make that kind of mistake? Because we've seen a couple of flop cards that were wrong and then got changed.
It is a non-zero probability that was a misread, but yeah.
I think we'll never know at this point, but it's hard to imagine he folded Ace Queen there. Just open fold.
Well, it's not open. I mean,
someone
my guy opened.
My guy opened
UTG. Oh, I'm
UTG.
sorry, I missed that. My bad. Every now and then I start reading the, you know, the chat or something, and I miss the little details.
Sure.
It's the advantage of the edited coverage, you know, for the TV shows. Or I've done commentary for like EPT, and not only were they like edited, but if you didn't like the way you said something, you would just tell the guy to back up the tape and do it over.
Okay.
So if I mispronounced, you know, if I said Travis for some reason instead of Travis, I'd be like, whoa, let's do that over. I don't want to sound like an idiot saying Travis.
No, I think he should be Travis for the rest of the night.
It's 2.5 in
Tell him
there.
cash game.
Sorry,
It's
Travis.
like 5 bigs already.
Well, Travis has 24 million chips and a monstrous lead over everyone else at the table. Is going to release the Jack 8 this time around, but
Yeah, half the chips 6-handed is so strong.
it's a
Take
spot
it.
that tournament players like us always
Eights, pocket.
have in our minds as sort of like the dream scenario. You know, just get me to the final table.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Glad I didn't have 8-5.
All the chips,
I heard cash game
and I can just abuse these people.
tournament.
And you know, like first place is almost guaranteed, right? It's like you get to have fun playing final table instead of being stressed out and worrying
I
about,
play tournament. I
you
play
know,
both.
your jam ranges off
PLO.
7 bigs.
No, I play more cash.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, and players are so much better nowadays than they used to be.
You're like, what the
That you
what do I
don't
do
see
with 9
this a
bigs?
lot
Yeah.
in my experience of people like half the chips 6-handed
I
and
never
stuff like
see
that.
this
It
ever.
just doesn't,
So seen my last
you know, because the other players are good enough not to just let you do that to them. So it does usually take like a run of cards, and you can't just like, I'm so good at bullying, I can get that done.
Min open here from Ethan. Off of, what is that, roughly 14 blinds.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna work.
Picks up some much needed chips. Come on, son here. Steelers or Giants? Well, I don't know. I mean, my gut would say that the Giants are going to look a little bit better tonight than the spread has them. But, I mean, you're playing at home for the Steelers, and their team is arguably better. I don't know. I'm taking Giants, though. That's my hot pick.
I don't follow sports, so anything I might say about the game is irrelevant.
A sort of Travis situation.
Yeah.
If you talk about NFL, okay.
My first walk of the day.
Mike, you got an opinion on that?
The niffle?
On,
How do you pronounce that? Niffle? Niffle?
on Travis or on the NFL? Or what?
Tonight's matchup between Steelers or Giants. We had a question in the
I have no
chat.
no opinion. I'll take Giants because I'm from New York.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised. It
Go
felt
Bills.
like a spot where Travis was going to just wake up with a huge hand here to Caleb shove. But he did not. I feel bad now. If he's getting called Travis 2 weeks from now, I'm going to kind of actually feel guilty.
He'll wear it with a badge of honor. He's going to have a lot of money in his
pocket. If he wins the
pocket.
tournament, he will not mind.
This whole time it was Travis, and we were all wrong the whole time.
Monsieur Travis.
Travis.
Maybe after this tournament, I start a YouTube channel.
Oh, there's a hand.
Hello, Kings.
I'd check it out.
And we're back to limping.
Nothing strategy related.
Love it.
You talk
just
shit the
get
whole
it.
Now
time.
this
about
time
everybody.
he's mixed. This is where he's mixed in his limping with a massive hand.
This guy, he's a dumbass.
It's nice to see that he's balancing it. I would have preferred to see him open, but it's nice that if he's going to have a limping strategy at the final table, then to balance it with the premium.
Conor McGregor.
When I say stuff like that, it's from my inside.
Albert in the chat. No chance the Giants win. Have you seen Russell Wilson play before? I'm a Broncos fan. I have seen that man play. I'm not saying that he's going to throw the game or whatever, but he's always capable of it. But you're probably right.
I know, but it's better to get it.
Betting markets definitely say the Steelers are winning, but
They might flip it.
Let's see if we got an exciting flop. Ooh, a little bit exciting. Because now if it checks to Travis, he might figure a pair of eights is worth betting.
well,
Oh no, he was first stacked. I'm sorry, I thought he was.
How many?
how about 2 pair?
How about 2 pair? Now the ace is a fantastic thing for Maddie because he doesn't have to go broke with kings. Change that ace to a deuce, and he is probably being tossed in 6th.
Maddie makes the call for 550, and the board does pair.
He get there. Unfortunately, the ace means it's probably going to go check. No.
Oh, wow.
No, it's not.
Oh, and he kissed, and even the theatrics. This is really tough for Maddie. This is really.
Wow.
Oh, that. Oh.
Snaps it off.
Wow.
Kings and sixes.
Wow.
River, dude.
Man.
kings.
Sneaking in with kings, huh?
And now he can limp even more often if he wants to.
Nice.
It's like now they know
The
for
old man
sure he
trick.
can have kings when he limps in.
The old man trick.
The old man trick.
That's a big win for me. I usually work that in.
Nice.
That's
I just love that hand. Everything about how that hand was played from start to finish just makes me smile.
Makes me think though, when I mentioned seniors events earlier, my point wasn't that like seniors events aren't soft because you can't play great poker when you're over 50. It depends on when did you learn to play. And so many of the players in a seniors event learned to play in the 90s or even the 80s. And
check raising
if you're
was
still playing,
unethical.
if you're still playing the same way you played in the 90s, you're just not a good player because we've learned so much.
Senior events are about to look a lot different in 15 years, 10 years.
That's why I'm glad I made the super seniors.
No eyes.
I took a huge bad beat this summer though. I turned 60 the day after the super seniors.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Wow. Didn't want to get a fake ID?
I was trying to talk them into it. I'm like, look,
you
they don't
imagine?
make the money on day one. Like this tournament doesn't cash till day 2. Like I'll be 60 if I cash, I will have to be 60 years old at that time. And Jack Ethel was just got to be 60 when you register.
Wow.
So even if you're going to be 60 on day 1 of the super seniors, you can't register the night before.
If I didn't already
Gotcha.
double you once, I'm not calling.
Greg,
Real
I think
stickler.
you've been a great ambassador to poker over the years, but man, I would have loved to read about the fake ID scandal when you tried to play the Super Seniors event with a fake ID. That would have just been.
They've already scanned my ID in every year.
You think they know who you are
You know.
over at the World Series?
So it's not just a question of them knowing, but like you said, if they had never scanned an ID before, oh, and now our chip leader picks up aces, nice. And then I might get away with it, but they're going to be like, wait, like Wikipedia says your birthday is 25th of June, not the 26th. And we looked at our records, and last year when we scanned your license, it said 25th. Now that's a spot I would show my hand. I raise with aces, everyone folds, I would show them. It's like, see? Like,
guys?
I can have I'm not just running you over.
It'd be terrifying.
You guys shouldn't lie about hand, because, I'm going to see it later.
So we are ever so slowly approaching the end of our 300K big blind level, and I believe we're going to see this sort of big chunky increase to 200, 400, which is going to apply ever more pressure to these short and middling stacks. Ethan here waking up with the ace-king, starting with 14 and a half.
My biggest card is a king. Good luck.
You gotta find out all these hands when I go on break.
I'm telling the truth.
Whoever's lying, I'm
He was
pulling
probably
out.
going to win with just a normal raise.
King queen, that's why I put it.
That's a spot too, where like, since I'm shoving so much, if I play a pot with 14 bigs, if I shove with ace king, I'm showing that. It's kind of like, hey, like, when I shove, my range is not capped. So now I can get a few more folds later when I'm shoving with ace 5 or king queen or something.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I should ask you, like, what color? King. I know it. See?
And now Travis gets queens. Like he won with aces,
I could have had
queens.
kings.
But is he going to run into a hand that will play back at
The
him?
highest card was a king, and then now you say, what are you up to?
That hand might. He might even decide to shove here. Depends what kind of range he puts Travis on.
Thank you.
No, I agree with that. Fold or shove. I don't think that's one he wants to flat with. Just doesn't play well enough.
1-3.
All right, let's take another peek here at the payouts as our next player to
not calling either.
bust out. It's going to take home $33,590. All these remaining 6 players still thinking about the $166,420 up top. Man, what a fantastic day these players are going to have. No matter what the outcome is, they are all looking at taking it home at least 3 stacks of high society. Caleb here looking down at the ace-king suited variety.
Oh boy. It's out of control though.
Yeah. Standard. I wonder to what extent any of these players are like, the next pay jump is like almost $10,000. So it's like, how many of them are thinking like, I'm gonna like try to ladder up?
Oh, I think Terminator's been thinking about it. It's definitely been on his mind.
I call that green.
Yeah, it's hard to know, but you know, that's the kind of thing you want to try to figure out and talk to players. You don't have to just ask them like, are you trying to ladder up? But you can just ask them other questions, and now you find out like, oh yeah, my kid starts college next year, and so we're trying to figure out how to pay for it. And you're like, ooh, he might want to ladder up.
2 kings, huh?
Travis looks down at a real hand.
Yeah, this
and
is probably a call.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb jammed this from the cutoff, and he's the shortest stack.
Kiss those chips, Travis.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you should have kissed those instead of the ones you bet with into Maddie.
So Caleb all in at risk for the 3rd time. He's survived 2 Wedding flop.
That's a sexy flop. Ooh. Very sexy.
And just like that, the run for Travis continues. Caleb is going to take his exit from the final table here. Bad beat.
You already got half the chips in play, and now you gotta win as a like 70-30 favorite.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna do?
Fantastic run there for Caleb. Absolute savage player. Going to see him in the next tournament right down the road, I'm sure. So looking forward to that. But fantastic run here tonight. Caleb, well done. PG taking home $33,590 for his efforts. The next player getting a big payday. The jump up nearly sort of 9,000, 42,350.
And then the next jump after that, another like almost 13,000. So again, is there, you know, is anyone thinking if I can hold out, you know, any of these short stacks with Travis having so many chips? You know, you're thinking, if these other guys aren't trying to ladder up, I could maybe let them just crash on the shores of Travis, go broke, and I could move up 1 or 2 or even 3 spots just by watching them play it out. I mean, Maddie's second place was 6.6 million.
And unfortunately, we had a little mix-up there in the action tracking, where the pot was not awarded in the system to Travis, and so it looks like we're gonna just have to add on like 7 million or something to his stack and try to continue. We are gonna take a brief moment here as we try to get that rectified, and then we will continue, as it looks like Maddie has opened under the gun, and Ethan with a decision from the big blind, just going to make the call with the pocket 7s.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like at one point it said Maddie called the 300, and that's a nice flop for Ethan. The good news for Maddie is he doesn't have any of it.
Standard though, yeah. Short-handed.
If that had been an ace on the turn, that would have probably been a disaster for Maddie. But the deuce is enough. He'll still fire at it. I don't blame him. To be honest, I would have c-bet that flop.
Yeah, you messing around.
Because ace-3, it's like I'm behind a lot of hands that can fold on that flop.
Well, that's a curious take. I think a lot of hands that you're behind on that flop are not going to fold. And now putting the bet in here on the turn, the deuce really doesn't change that much other than bringing in another potential draw. So I feel like you are kind of setting yourself up for a tricky spot either way, betting flop or now going for the delayed c-bet on the turn. And of course Maddie is going to find that out here immediately. Ethan goes for the check jam, and that's $1 million gone from Maddie's stack.
Well, part of the reason I would say that is like, how sick are you watching this later if Ethan had pocket deuces? And you're like, if I'd c-bet the flop, you would have folded. And, you know, he certainly might have folded. And you can get some better ace-high hands to fold, and all those under pairs, twos through sixes, can maybe fold out. And you can take other hands that you're beating with ace-high, but they have plenty of equity, and deny that to them as well. I'm just a big fan, like I said, right or wrong, I'm a big fan of lots of c-betting heads up.
Sure.
So I'm not saying you couldn't, you know, convince me that I am making a mistake with some of my c-bets.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and then you add on top of that the ICM layer, right? It's like now everything has, you know, sort of beer goggles on it too. It's like, well, in a pure chip EV sense,
I
like
just love that for use of beer goggles.
yeah, it's like, should I be doing this from a chip EV standpoint? Yeah, probably okay. And then it's like in an ICM, you know, high ICM environment where like you and 3 other guys are trying to not be the next guy to bust out.
I wish they would tell us, hey.
You're just so disincentivized from entering hands when you're in a dynamic like this. You know, all 4 of our shorter stacks, you know, are really just looking for any reason not to enter the hand. And I would say that their best opportunity to enter the hand is ironically when Travis does, because he's the most incentivized to be active. So, you know, in theory, they should be making lighter all-in jams against him, but otherwise should not be trying to see flops.
Yeah, but whether it's just because cards have been coming to him, Travis hasn't, you know, like, we haven't seen him open with junk ever.
He's had a nice little run here, hasn't he?
You know, I mean, like this hand now, if he had King 4, he should have opened. But no, he had King Jack suited. You know, so there's maybe plenty of hands he should have opened that were really not good starting hands. But because of the dynamic, because of the scenario, he should play them anyways. And yet he's being dealt so many good hands, he can raise a lot and not have to play junk.
He's doing it right, for sure. You know, people would rather say, you know, they always say that I'd rather be lucky than good. But man, if you're just gonna do both, if you're just gonna run well and play well, it's gonna be a tough combination to beat.
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Especially at the final table.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like we were saying, you know, everyone else is incentivized to find reasons to fold, and now I just keep getting dealt hand after hand when I'm chip leader already. Like, there's just no better feeling than running good at a final table. Well, this probably should be pretty much a snap call.
You think a snap call for
A7?
13 bigs?
Like call.
I mean, I think his range is well behind A7.
It's a race.
If I thought my guy was still in the nitty mode he was earlier when he was super short at the whole table, then that's different.
Spicy flop nonetheless. 4s get crushed on the turn.
You always snap call when you're gonna like, you're gonna make nuts. You should always snap call.
You just gotta look into the future.
Yeah,
that instinct does win tournaments.
Yeah,
you can't teach that.
You definitely cannot. No study guide for that. As wow, Drew, my guy, is gonna be just barely covered by TJ and goes down to the felt there, getting unfortunate against the ace-7 of clubs. Gonna head out the door in 5th place. Fantastic run, Drew. What an absolute beast. Taking home $42,350. Great run, my man.
It looks like we're entering a break after this hand.
Yeah, these players have really been grinding. This is 3 one-hour levels plus the initial 6 minutes of that final level from day 2. So these players definitely could use a trip to the restroom. But Ethan opens Maddie's snap jams. And we may have a spicy one here right before the break.
What do you do? I know.
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, I just got knocked down. Fuck. Excellent.
Games with Grandpa giving TJ the love. Let's effing go, TJ.
I got you.
What is it? 4.175. Yeah.
Viewing my notes, I just realized like our two players that have one Hendon Mob entry from the Free World tournament are both still here. So their Hendon Mob that was 200 and 125 is going to grow by at least $55,000.
And I am here for it. That is incredible. Huge shout out to all of these players, but especially those guys. That is amazing.
That is really, that's a good feeling. You never forget your first.
Are you gonna stop the clock?
Yeah.
It's been a break.
All right, here we go, everybody. We are going to take a break.
Oh,
We will
okay,
come back
okay.
in just about 7 minutes. So
need
grab a
more time,
beverage,
it's
grab a
okay,
snack.
right?
Good job,
We'll
guys.
see you right back here in just a little bit.
मैं फुल आता हूँ स्पीकर पे अब मैं जा रहा हूँ वहाँ पे ठीक है
4 stacks, we're down to 4.
4 players.
They got
heard my name TJ.
All right, looks like we are
Hey, can you
back in.
We're down to 4. We're down to 4.
Back online here. The players are gonna congregate back at the table, and we'll get things going here in just a moment. Take another peek here at the chip counts, Travis.
You talking about that?
Miles ahead. We got everything sorted out as far as that one big pot he won.
I called him with
27 million.
Queen 5. You said, oh,
for
you
Travis.
had aces there. I called him with bottom
Travis or Travis, however you want to say it.
just-
Terminator here, second position, 8.5 million.
150.
And then Ethan and Maddie round out bottom of the chip counts. Once again, the blinds have gone up, I believe. There we go. That just updated on the screen. 200, 400,000 with our shortest stacks. A little over 10 big blinds. Looks like Maddie folded off of 14.
What is this supposed to
You
be?
gotta make it 8, right? Try to raise. 2, 4. I'm
It's
not
not
sure
even
what the-
half a raise, though.
So,
I think it's a
well,
call.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That is the ruling. Less than half.
You're messing with my head over here.
It's a tough spot for Terminator, no matter what his cards are, though. It's like I'm in second
Huh?
place, but the
Yes, sir.
chip leader,
That's what they
you
call me,
know,
White,
sitting on my
in
left,
Dallas. Oh, that's what they call you? Yeah.
really can hamstring you.
You know, poker players, they think they're funny, you know, but whatever, you know what I mean?
Okay. Can you scan for me?
You can laugh at them now.
Alright, 9 folded and check. Heads up.
All right, so an
hurt
interesting
my
development
feelings
here.
beginning, but
Forced
after a while,
limp,
it's just funny
not
to me,
forced,
so
but a inadvertent limp on the button. Ethan gets to see this flop for free.
From a buddy of mine, he gave me 2. I told
So
him
now we
if
get
I
to
ever
play
make a
the
final
hand
table,
like,
I'll win.
you know, we're
and
Terminator.
I'm
Like,
pretty
we
sure
don't
he's
know what
watching.
the other player has. So you've already learned my default here. Like, I didn't raise by accident, but I'm going to pretend I didn't see
He's
bet.
watching right now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
But now
A
I
lot
can
of
see
people are
bet quite a
watching.
bit smaller.
575 fold.
Hopefully I made them
And
proud.
we'll never know if Ethan, like, paired the 3 and laid down the best hand.
1,200?
Probably
Yeah,
didn't.
That's hard to do. But I know people played poker their whole life and didn't make it as
Atypical
far.
blackjack just coming back. What happened to my guy? Lost a big all-in fours
Definitely
versus
lucky,
ace
very
7 to go out in 5th place for
There's something else I'd
42,000.
rather not talk about, but you know.
These 4 remaining players locking up 55.5
They're all men here.
at a minimum.
Pull the dirt.
Might be family.
Huge.
Terminator here going to look down at 2 black 8s when he gets around to it. There it is.
Yeah, this is a must open. I mean, again, you need to tighten up with that overwhelming chip leader on your left, but this is way too strong four-handed to not put in the raise. I would definitely be just min raising though. I don't think you need that little sweetener. 'Cause
Agreed.
if Travis raises, you can get away from it a little bit cheaper, and it's still just as threatening to the 2 shorter stacks.
2 over.
Pocket 8. Pocket 8.
Yeah, and I think that's an aspect of the sort of tournament, like raise sizes that get lost, you know, in the sort of in the ether, particularly when people sort of watch the final table or something and are used to playing in a cash game where you know you always are raising more than 2x, you know.
I mean,
And-
typical opens in the 1-2 game here, and in pretty much every 1-2 game in the country is, you know, $10 at least.
Yeah, 5 to 10x, right?
You
Yeah, and
know,
it's in these tournament spots, I find it interesting that like sometimes all it takes is like if people view one player at the table as somewhat competent, then they're all going to try to follow whatever that person is opening. And since you'll have a chip leader start opening for like 2.5x early on, just because they're going to like apply more pressure, and then the short stacks are also mistakenly putting in 2.5x, even though they might be better off just min raising. But as a good rule of thumb, you should be adjusting your raise size based on effective stack. So usually whoever's in the big blind or yourself, whoever's shorter. And at sub 20, nothing more than a min raise is ideal.
Yeah, you win so much more for risking so little when you just like pick up the blinds and antes. And if, as Greg said earlier, if you get, you know, that 3-bet or something from the chip leader, then you lost the minimum when you find the fold. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, when you're playing any tournament, though, it's level 1, level 2, level 3. Now you can size up, you know, 3x, even 4x if you want to. You know, whether or not it's optimal depends upon the field and all that, but it's not like automatically a mistake.
Yeah, 100 plus big blinds deep. Go crazy. Start
So
juicing.
Terminator was way behind and caught a very lucky flop. If a king comes, that's going to be like a horror story for Ethan.
Both players with just sort of like moderate showdown value, right? Like king high here not performing super poorly, and a bet doesn't really accomplish much. So I suspect, yeah, we're just going to get the check back and river card 8 of hearts.
Check.
Deuces are going to win. I don't think Ethan's going to, like, he hasn't bet yet. Like, what makes you think I should bluff at it now?
Oh, yeah. It's hard to make a pair in this game.
Those are the kind of hands that can be so annoying when you're deep in a tournament. Like, I had this guy dominated, and he hit his 2-outer, his 3-outer. And even though it's not a big pot, you know, at this stage, every pot is a huge pot. Travis is the only player here who can play a small pot.
40,000 stack. Get this far. Huh?
Yeah, 10 stack, ante, 10 stack, big blind.
You know, I mean, hard you
Nebraska continuing to talk about bet sizing in the chat. And, you know, normally speaking, larger sizing equals more equity. But, you know, what Greg, Aaron, and I think are getting at is the effective difference of betting 800K versus 900K isn't going to change the effectiveness of that nor the decision. So better to just save the 25% juice on the bet. The only time I would ever be deviating from a min-raise strategy at these depths is if the big blind was, say, sub 7 big blinds. Or, you know, they had like 4 to 6 big blinds, and they could maybe stop and go to a min-raise. But if you 2.5x or 3x, they're going to be discouraged from continuing, and you're forcing the fold. I think that's an appropriate reason to size up. But again, that's because sizing up is going to change the fold equity given the stack in the big blinds, and in any other situation at a final table, I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, but preserving that little extra 100K or whatever can actually be very beneficial for you. Yeah, I agree 100%. Maddie finds 10s under the gun, rips it all in.
4.05.
I don't think Travis is just, you know, if he knew it, he'd be glad he didn't have king 10, because he'd probably call with that and be in basically just as bad shape or worse. And nope, Ethan doesn't wake up with a calling hand either. So everything pretty standard there.
What do y'all think of the jam there with the 10s versus just opening?
I don't know.
I do, because I want to protect the range when I'm jamming 10 blinds, and I don't have a hand that wants a call.
You should have seen it. It was suited too.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie, before the hand took place, was sort of second on the totem pole, and the shortest stack was in the blind.
I play a lot of PLO.
So
it's like I have to behave in this game, you know?
1, 2, 5.
I don't know. I mean, 10s is just such a good hand. Like you would obviously love to get more chips in the pot and take it down, but
well,
yeah.
if I thought Terminator or Travis was going to 3-bet a little light
This is a very nice room.
to put me to the test, that would change my answer. But I don't know that either of them are going to do that.
They want to get.
You don't want respect.
Maddie jamming big blind
Terminator
versus
wants to
Travis's
spill
button.
orange juice on his shirt really bad there.
Ah, man.
$5,150,000.
Travis is thinking about it.
Well, he already committed about $1 million
be
here.
Careful. Put your phone somewhere far because they assume.
This is another situation where if he has a
you can't
custody
abandon your
decision,
hand.
he has an unsettling decision.
Amigo.
I think as a dominating chip leader here, just wave the flag and continue to be aggressive and pick up pots. He really doesn't want to double up any of these guys.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. He's got to call just about 4 million to win almost 10 million.
Almost 10. Getting a great price. King 9 suited
getting a
would
great
play.
price.
Hitting a lot of flushes tonight, so you know.
Wow.
Wow.
Rivers. Well, it looks like Travis's day.
Travis.
Travis's day, but I mean, the other nice thing about this call, even if he hadn't sucked out,
Your day,
is you're telling these players, don't be 3-betting me unless you're ready for a call.
Bro, I ran so good. I mean, like, jeez. You see the ace?
All right. Well, with that, Maddie is going to take leave in 4th place. The run of Travis continues. 55,520 for Maddie. A fantastic showing. Great game, Maddie. Tough break there at the end, getting it in good. But Travis cannot be stopped. And the remaining 3 players lock it up 75,000. Playing for 166 up top. All right.
And we still have that really great dynamic here with Travis having so many chips. And these other 2 guys can lock up that huge pay jump if they outlast the other.
That's what I always say.
But I think we know what Ethan's doing here. He's the shortest stack. He has the least ICM pressure. And he's got a monster hand for 3-handed.
All in.
Guys.
What's the count?
Well, what's Terminator wants a count, so he doesn't have just 7 deuce or anything, presumably.
$3,550,000.
He must have some kind of hand with value.
So I just want to throw back here to the dynamic just from like a life standpoint here as well. Travis is just 2 months removed from a 2nd place finish at a big, I think it was a $1 million guarantee tournament up in Dallas at the Texas Card House for 145,000, and just 2 months later is back at a massive final table, running like just unbelievable, getting all of these chips, locking up another 75,000. Just 1 place away from another 6-figure score, and you can't imagine Travis somehow finding a way to finish 3rd in this tournament. I mean, just what a run here for Travis. Just hats off to the man. This is incredible.
Yeah. I mean, and I suspect we're going to see a lot more of him. I mean, one thing I really like is he's never shown any real emotion. You know, I mean, he has the immediate little burst of I'm happy, unhappy when he sees something, but when you see him play the next hand after any of those events, you know, he seems very calm about it. And it's still amazing. Like, our 2 guys that have handed mobs of $125 and $200 are all going to they're going to win at least 75,000.
This is the dream. This is literally like the poker dream here. You can come in just sort of being like a recreational tournament player and just spike a massive life-changing win. This is just my favorite thing ever.
Well, it's just nice. It's honestly just nice to see someone in a Cowboys jersey win something.
Oh, that is very true. That is very true.
Like, really, really doing it.
Well, Terminator here is thinking about making this call here. He's been in the tank for quite some time and does make the call.
You're going to see it.
So Ace Jack up against what looks to be an inferior ace. It is, but it's a suited Ace 6.
Diamonds. Or 6, 6, 6.
Here we go. Jeremy in the box, about to deal the fate.
Diamonds coming.
Spicy little 8 of diamonds. Nope.
Then.
Yeah, just makes the nuts.
Well, our graphic is confused, but
That's in best out.
Yeah.
I think we.
Yeah. So
that's why I was wondering if Terminator really folded ace queen earlier.
Yeah. No, now it's giving more argument that he may not have.
Well, so let's make a distinction though between what the board is reading and what the players' scanners are reading. So, you know, Jeremy in the box there is holding the deck and also has any mucked cards that can potentially interact with the scanner in the middle of the table. So those sorts of misreads are unfortunately relatively common, and we address them via our producer. Action tracker Kristen sort of watching on the fly.
It's not not so much that it misread, but it like caught a folded card and thought that was on the board.
Or cards that were sort of picked up from the bottom of the stub.
Yeah. So here it's like
No.
the wrong card is going across Terminator's scanner.
Can we talk about ICM?
Yeah, like 20 million or something?
Yeah, let's play it out. I mean, I've never won a tournament in my life, so, you know.
Yeah, no, you will still play it out.
But it is possible that we've had misreads, though. It is a possibility over on the scanners, but
so this is something I always love too, is like deal discussions.
It's not much different,
you know, and Travis is saying let's just play it out, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, he's got that hot hand.
You guys can decide between the, you know, other two spots.
And he came in second 2 months ago. I mean, the man is like, dude, I'm about to be in position to win a tournament again, and you want to make a deal? No, I want to win this.
Something special about winning all the chips, regardless of
That's kind of interesting, though. He's saying you guys can do something between the two of you. That's something I would not agree
What is an ICM number?
I would not agree to that, because if they're going to do some kind of chop between them, then the ICM pressure goes away.
Yeah.
Well, we got to play this hand first.
Well, Greg, I think that's contingent on them just giving him first place, right? I don't think that
he's got
okay.
I think.
I was saying like you guys can make a trade or something.
No,
you know, like you guys can make some deal.
We do have to play this hand.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, we'll find out. Obviously, these guys have every option at their disposal. The money does belong to the players. The Texas Card House does not prevent the players from making any sort of deals. But.
12, 14, 16, 18,
and then now he's like
30,
jamming it,
31,
you know,
33.
over the limp.
I got
33. I love this jam with this hand, especially.
Well, and even if Terminator, like, I don't believe you, call, it's like, well, yeah, Travis, my hand does suck, but I'm beating Queen Jack. I'm ahead of Queen Jack right now.
Ethan getting a lot of love in the chat. People are really excited about that double up.
Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Queen Jack.
Coming out of the woodwork.
Guys, Josh is taking care of some paperwork right now.
Ethan's been playing really great. I haven't seen Ethan do anything, you know, dumb, so to speak. And that's, I mean, in the short term, like if we had just 9 world-class players here trying to judge who is the best after a few hours, it's pretty much impossible. But if someone's really bad, then they will do some stuff where you're just like, okay, that's just a horrible decision. They're not a good player. And that's really, so that's kind of what you look for to see who's like not a good player, is they make a decision that's just bad. And none of these players has done anything that's just like, oh my God, that's just horrible. So everyone here is playing well.
All right, so everybody who's watching and wondering what's going on, the players have requested to pause the clock and just look at the numbers. Travis said that he wants to play it out, but he is going to indulge the other two players.
I have my own little app here on my phone that I use.
Yeah, we'll need to know exact chip counts.
So we got 33.3 and 7.5.
I have
and 7.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And our payouts were 166 for first and 75 for third. And 116. And so
I'll just leave those up on the screen here for you guys.
So according to my little app on my phone, right now an ICM chop would be 148,000 for Travis and 105 and 103 for the other two.
He has 33 million.
And that's basically what they were talking about doing anyway, if making a deal amongst the two of them, and then And that would actually, I bet Travis would take that, honestly, especially if they give him the title as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's only he's giving up 18,000 as compared to if he plays it out and wins it.
Yeah, and even if you think you're like the best player, I mean, you're just getting so much of first place there that I without any variance, it's like pretty.
I mean, anyone, you know, everyone's welcome to make whatever deal they want in the moment. For me personally, if people say they want to do an ICM deal, I'll pull out this app and I'll look at the number and then I'll ask for something more than ICM every time. And if they don't like it, I'll just like, look at guys, ICM is a fair deal, but if you only offer me a fair deal and nothing more, it's more fun to play it out. So it's like playing it out and ICM chop are both the same equity, but playing it out's more fun.
That is why we're here. You only get so many opportunities to play shorthanded in the tournament.
That's right. And to claim all of the chips in play, right? I mean, if they just chop it up right now, then Travis didn't actually get to win all the chips. And that's what he said he wanted to do.
Most of my live stream commentary over the years has been HPT final tables before they disappeared in COVID.
So it's just
and
it's just $1,000
of every, and they didn't allow deals, so you couldn't even make one if you wanted. And of all the heads-up matches I commentated, I only ever saw one player who was not incompetent at heads-up poker.
It would be
Everyone was just really, really bad at playing heads up, and that's another reason if you are able to play well.
Hold up here. Did you hear that? The clarification there. So Yum Yum is asking for first place in total.
Okay.
So they're calculating the difference. For second and third, they're talking about instead of it being 105 and 108 or whatever, they're talking it'll be around 95,000 each. Where the two of them would top 95 each, and then Yum Yum would go ahead and take 166.
95.
He's not.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
not going to say no to a deal that gives him all of first place, you know, money and the trophy. I mean, if I were him, I might say like, okay, I'll toss in like 2,000 for you guys.
733.
Yeah, I'd give him an extra. I'll give him an extra couple thousand.
I mean, the ICM chop that I looked up, he was giving up 18,000. I'd give up a few thousand instead of 18 if it makes them say yes, and I get rid of the variance for $4,000. You know, or something like that, 2, 3, 4,000.
Yeah, you're talking about, you know, a win of 200 buy-ins, right? So it's absolutely
$95K.
Massive.
Am I allowed to talk to people or no?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Take all the time. Take a few
Okay.
minutes.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Ethan consulting his team. Smart man. Big spot.
Yeah.
I remember my
and
big tournament.
when your lifetime earnings from live tournaments is like a couple $100, like this is not a spot you've been in before, and you know, God, yeah, talk to somebody, see if you can get some insight as to whether or not this is a good deal for you.
I mean, the one thing I'll really point out to the audience is if, like, some people out there just don't like making deals, they just want to play it out, always listen to the offer, because sometimes they will offer you something that is so good you can't say no.
100%.
You know, my most recent deal of that along those lines was I got heads up in a tournament, and the guy really, really wanted the trophy, and he had like close to a 2-to-1 chip lead. And he said, "Do you want to chop it?" And I said, "Oh, what did you have? What did you have in mind?" And I thought he was going to like ask for like 60-40 or something on the difference. And he said, "I want this much," and that left me with more than him. So he had like the 2-to-1 chip lead, and he was offering me more money than he was going to take. And I was like, "Okay,
yeah,
I will make that
my
deal."
arm. That's right.
Yeah. So if you look at my handed mob, you'll find a result where I finished second, and then when you click on that and look at the tournament payout, him in first, he got less money than me in second.
A good deal.
Looks like we're playing it out.
Button correct?
Yeah. See what I'm
You
saying? It's not that
continue.
much thing. Play it
Yeah.
out. It's like a real
I mean, if
game.
I'm Ethan and Terminator, I'm not taking Travis's deal of he gets all of first.
Absolutely not.
You know, like I don't care.
You're
I
don't
don't
care
care
if
if
this
this was
Everyone's
if this was
two doubles up the way.
166 million for first. I'm not taking that deal. It'd be like, you know, I got 75 million locked up. Why am I going to give you extra so I can lock up 20 million more? Like, so what?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people out there, I think, will look at it and be like, the guy's got so many chips. How are you possibly going to beat him? He's always going to win, and you were just like, you know, sort of like free rolling the extra 20K because it was also going to be hard for you to get second, right? Like it's sort of the glass half full, glass half empty sort of way of looking at it.
I mean,
And
you're right, but he only has like 70% of the chips right now, Travis. So that means 30% of the time he doesn't win this tournament.
well, I mean, it's not a direct relation, but yeah, that's the flip side, which is what I was going to say next, is that, you know, the other side of that coin is you could have one big blind and you have a non-zero chance of winning this tournament and getting 166,000. But if you take your ICM payout, you're going to get just a smidge over third place because you're not expected to get better. So you just literally throw away that opportunity to win all of it. And so, yeah, it's really a decision that sort of like speaks to our inner like psyche, right? Like, do you want to like put yourself in, coach? Like, you know, do you want to like test yourself? Do you want to trust yourself to go out there and take this shot? Or do you say, I'm probably going to lose. Let me just get a little bit of extra that I can.
Ethan's going to... Oh,
but Ethan's going to run into Terminator. I was going to say Travis is probably going to fold, but I don't think Terminator's going to. He looks like he wants to.
I mean,
he's like, I want to fold and let Travis take you out. This is where he would love to know, is Travis going to call this guy if I fold?
It's kind of sick that the first hand back from a chop deal, turning it down, and you end up in that situation. That hurts.
Yeah, I don't like that. Fold. Now,
So
he wishes he'd called, but he might have lost, and then he's like on
You know
dust.
why I didn't accept the ICM, right? Because it's like
that's incredible. So
he gets
I
first,
do
but
want to.
ICM is supposed to favor us.
No,
It's
but
not-
he's got his covered.
ICM doesn't favor anyone. ICM does not favor the short stack or the big stack.
It's not good value for me and you because we have the same chip stack. It's not good value for me and you.
Well, it depends on your approach. I mean, it's certainly not going to say like, oh, well, these people deserve more because they're shorter. But if you think about it from a chip chop standpoint versus like ICM does tend to favor the shorter stack.
No, it doesn't. Chip chop method, the old chip chop method, drastically favored the big stack.
Well, let's see. I guess I didn't word that well, but I'm saying that I think you and I understand ICM at a level. I was trying to put it into words for the viewers, but didn't do a good job.
Going all in with that one.
Well, I mean, ICM does not take into account skill, and it doesn't take into account like how well is Travis playing the big stack, and how well are these guys playing against a big stack, you know. So if Travis is able to just run over these guys, then ICM is overpaying them. But if all three of them played equally skillfully, then ICM is exactly the fair deal to the penny.
Let's just go back to that ace-queen fold, though, really quick, because I think it lends credibility to the fact that he did indeed fold ace-queen earlier. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think there was a point in the tournament yesterday on day 2 where TJ expressed his distaste for that hand in particular, sort of like how Caleb appreciates the 6-3. I think TJ particularly detests the ace-queen.
Well, he's an honest man then, because he's living.
You got it.
He practices what he preaches, apparently.
Well, I mean, I think that's something that he wants to get past for cash games or tournaments. Like, you don't want to love a hand other than aces, and you don't want to hate a hand no matter what it is.
It's just the math.
Yeah.
Because it's going to cause you to play it, suboptimally
in the equation.
We needed to double
for sure.
Up, I don't know how many, 5 times.
I hear people talk like, I hate jacks, and I'm like,
In order to be equal?
I'll trade you my lifetime supply of deuces for your lifetime supply of jacks. Like, it's a same number of hands, but now you have deuces, which you're happy to play because you feel comfortable playing them.
There's a joke in here about that being a shitty deal, but I don't know if I have the delivery right. Trading a lifetime supply of deuces, but
yeah,
deuces, dropping them like they're hot.
I mean, they should be body temperature every time you drop
One time
them.
in my life,
Oh, you're gonna win regardless.
I don't know about that. There's no guarantee. You know?
Yeah, you're gonna win.
All right. Well, Ethan here has claimed a slight chip advantage over his fellow short stack. Of course, short stack is a relative term because Ethan is sitting on over 21 big blinds.
Do you have any yellow chips?
I do.
You do? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see them.
And I think we're going to see a hungry Ethan who's going to try to be in the mix. He's kind of bided his time to get three-handed. He gets a little bit of momentum, getting those pots through right after the deal's turned down.
$900.
Why are you watching another stream, Dan? Like, don't be doing that. We deserve all your attention here.
Choctaw nuts sighting. Travis is going to defend with it.
It's going to be interesting if they're both hitting. Well, only the 7-3 got there so far. And the other interesting thing is, I mean, based on the fact that how these guys play and how meager their Hendon mob is, our short stacks are obviously cash game players. So they're not, it's not like they're bad players who don't know how to play Hold'em. They just don't enter tournaments hardly ever. And so now we've got a very interesting, you know, scenario that they're really good Hold'em players, but they're not experienced tournament players.
I would have really liked to see Ethan speak on that note. Greg, I would have really liked to see Ethan put in a bet on that turn there when the king pairs. Those when you're sub 20 big blinds, the lower value hands just increase so much in value. Your heads up. You might get some continues from ace and queen high.
Yeah, it's hard not to want to play pot control when you know you're in this spot against the huge stack trying to ladder up. You know, it's just really hard to avoid that temptation.
Sure.
Of course, I don't even like the phrase pot control. I don't think such a thing is. I don't think pot control is real.
It's kind of an outdated concept. I think that people are way over. It just translates to fear of playing a big one.
Well, I also think it's just a misnomer. Like, even if someone says blah 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 pot control, well, their play may have been the smart choice, but not because of pot control.
It shouldn't be dictating your action. It's a consequence.
Yeah, it's like a lot of times it's pot control. It's more like, okay, I probably have the best hand, but I'm either way ahead or way behind. So, you know, like maybe I should check this back. It's not so much that you're pot controlling. You're just saying, if I'm way ahead, it's safe to give you a card. If I'm way behind, I need a card, and there's not many of them I can catch.
I would have liked to see an open jam here off of 12 big blinds with the 9-8 suited. I think it's one of the lower suited connectors that we can just rip, realize the equity, deny so many hands that are better than us, and avoid being 3-bet off.
Yeah, the 9-8, the Jack 10, right?
Jack
like
10,
these hands are just like your bread and butter for
jamming,
for jams there.
Well, and again, like I said, if he's a cash game player, he's probably used to always open raising, or almost always. But here he's not comfortable with, you know, essentially a short stack, because in cash games, you're usually playing like 100 big blinds.
1 million.
Yep, there's a special kind of nuance off of these shorter depths, and with ICM considerations that isn't always translated.
Oh,
okay.
Well, this could be interesting.
Yeah, this is the spot here for Terminator. Sub 10 bigs.
And if he jams, I don't think Travis is going to think about it a little bit, and then he's going to fold. I mean, call.
Tommy.
I misspoke. I'm surprised he called that quick.
I think Travis is here to just win this tournament. I think he thinks that like anytime he gets big hands, he's just winning, and so far that has been true. So we'll see if he can hit here.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
he does.
Yeah, it's preordained.
And Ethan's the happiest player at the table, probably more so than Travis.
Just quietly gets heads up. We didn't really see much of Ethan, but his timing was great, and he played really strong.
Oh yeah, I'm a cash game player.
And he's going to get rewarded for being patient, just kind of biding his time. This is great.
Yeah. Big shout out to TJ Terminator coming in third place for $75,030. What an incredible run. Fantastic job here tonight. Really well done, TJ. We look forward to seeing you back here at TCH for all of our upcoming tournaments. Go spend that money. Have a good time, man. That is awesome. Really well done. All right, these two players now, 116,000 locked up, $280 for both these players minimum. They're about to play a 50K heads up match.
Yeah, ask the floor.
I can put him in 4 and 6.
Yeah.
I know heads up.
Travis has like
Yeah, it's like this way.
4 and
It's
6
hard
of
for
the
you
chip,
and
something like
you know.
that.
I'm trying to. Right.
I mean, he's got more than 4 times as many.
6, you can.
Yeah, 4-to-1 advantage roughly. Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Come to the middle.
That's a great spot to be in.
Hey, congrats, bro.
And yeah, Ethan, there part of the deal discussion. He was like, "No, I'm not interested in that guy getting all the money. Let me stick around, see what happens." And he's already made a good more chunk of
Yeah, but it
change.
heads up now. It changes.
Oh,
so, yeah.
right, we're heads up now.
Make sure the
So
button
yeah,
gets the last card.
last
So
okay?
you were
hand.
supposed to be big blind this hand anyway. So
Yeah,
it
but
should
when
be
it's heads
small.
up,
I understand, but I'd call the floor.
yeah.
The button was on
But
Travis,
usually
Yeah,
the
the button
button's
was on
always small
Travis.
blind,
so he can't be buttoned twice.
Like in seat 1 and
No, the button is
Okay.
Ethan's.
I had the button
that's-
last hand.
You had a button.
Yeah.
Between
small
Ethan
blind.
and Travis, Ethan had the worst
I can
position
assume the
last
small
hand
blind.
in the
Yeah.
small
I'm big
blind.
small then.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now he gets
He
the
would
best
get the-
position at the start of
you're gonna be
heads
big
up.
blind next
Yep.
hand anyways.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
All right.
But that's the way to resolve
What is it,
this.
4-2?
Like,
All right.
you're just like, which of the two had the worst position on the previous hand?
Oh yeah, I'm in the big blind.
So if you had 7 people
Let's play some bingo.
Yeah.
and 5 of them busted in one hand, whichever of the 2 remaining players had the worst position on the previous hand will now be the button.
Yep.
A lot of Ethan fans on the rail blowing
You're
up our
supposed to
chat.
act first.
Hell yeah.
David versus Goliath. Here we go.
It's great that he has all the friends who are railing him.
And starts with 22 big blinds.
Let's see, what is he considering here? Queen 5. Is he thinking of shoving? I wonder what he was thinking about. Like, I always go to a standard amount. You know, like, I'm going to, like, open raise the same amount every single time. And at least until me or my opponent is down to a shoving point.
Yeah, I also think that as the player with the short stack heads up here, he can start building in some open limping range quite considerably, where he can be limping a lot of buttons until he's punished for it.
I was off of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly correct to be limping certain hands.
Oh, sorry.
But it's really hard to do that well where you're balancing it properly. You know, and occasionally limping some of your monster hands and stuff like that. You know, so it's, even though it's not technically correct strategy, I prefer like fold or raise on the button, just because that way it's easier to keep things balanced.
Yeah, I don't think in a one-off tournament scenario, I don't know that I'm caring so much about balance over the course of the next 20 to 50 hands. I'm just going to be trying to realize the raw equity of having half completed and the power of position. Like, unless he's, because Travis probably isn't going to be raising large enough to blow us off, and you can put him in a lot of really uncomfortable scenarios.
You're absolutely right. I mean, that's always a good thing to keep in mind for all tournament play. That, it's not like your cash game at home where it's kind of the same people all the time, and you need to have balance. It's like I can be unbalanced because by the time these people figure it out, I'll be gone.
Absolutely.
And off to my next tournament.
Absolutely.
No, 75.
Yeah, 725.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thought I heard 1.5.
Travis flopping middle pair, continues and takes it down. Chip advantage still right around 4-1. A little bit better. Also actually approaching 5-1 here. Hand number 119 of our final table. Thank you so much to everybody who has tuned in here on TCH Live, YouTube, and all of our other streaming platforms. Be sure to subscribe and come back for all of our upcoming final tables. In fact, the final table of the even bigger one, the 250K guaranteed tournament at Texas Card House up in Dallas, will be live streamed right after this. So stick around if
Oh, he
you
said
are.
$1 million. I misheard him. I'm sorry. I thought he said all in for a second.
I thought so too. Yeah, 1 million makes a lot more sense.
I didn't mean to talk over you though, Aaron. I apologize.
All good. But yeah, plenty of live stream action here on TCH Live. We get a king high board rainbow flop.
Well, that's good news for Travis because he can get away from it. If it had come 8 high, he'd have been really, really screwed. Or Jack 8 would be even more screwed. A 6 on the river would be so unfair for Travis. Like, he just doesn't deserve it with all the hands he's made. It's nothing. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it in terms of like who he is and being a nice guy. I'm just saying he's already run so good. Like a 6 on the river for the chop would just seem unfair.
Sure.
Somehow that would bother me more than a jack. Kind of surprised Ethan didn't c-bet the flop. Like, there's only one overcard.
1 million.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Ethan's check back with a hand that was more protected by the king, like maybe queens or jacks. But when there's so many cards that can counterfeit your 8s, I think a c-bet here is warranted.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think, and I mean, Travis is just never folding a 4, a 5, any sort of like 6 deuce, whatever sort of combo, right? Like all of those hands are going to put some value into the pot for you. Maybe even something just like, you know, ace X with a backdoor is going to float you, and you only really have to fade like 3 immediate outs. So
yeah, I mean, like, even hands like 8-7 can be continuing. So like any ace high, a lot of queen jack, queen 10.
I got it.
He can just float. Travis is just going to be incentivized to float so wide.
I did a commentary for a heads up once, and they played. I didn't count it. We didn't have a count, but I'm sure they played well over 100 hands heads up.
Oh my
and
goodness.
These guys have already open raised more than them. It was like over 100 hands of just open limp and check to the river. Like so many hands were just call, check, 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 check. And I'm just sitting there just trashing them in the commentary. I'm just like, well, he should bet this, but we know he's going to check.
Yeah, the dynamic heads up is always such an interesting aspect of the final table play, because like up until this point, they've always had like some other opponent to, you know, sort of play off of and also sort of defer to, right? Like there's someone else that can do the playing and I don't always have to be involved. Now both of these guys are literally in every hand. You don't have any other option. And it's going to be the same dude every time across the table from you that you're playing back against. So, like, how you approach it and how you shift gears, like, everything about your sort of persona as a poker player is really put on display, I think, in heads up. And it also demonstrates whether or not, like, players have sort of proficiency or any sort of understanding or, not understanding, but, like, study, I guess, on this format of poker.
Like this 10-5 off, perfect example of a hand that he could just be limping. You know, fold is obviously fine, but like, you know, limp and see a flop and just like force Travis to play out of position and to be bloating pots out of position.
Or just like raise you every time, at which point now you're like, okay, you're setting him up for the trap limp.
Exactly. Exactly.
Raise $1 million.
You know, so earlier we see Travis min raising, and now that we're heads up and Ethan was opening to $1 million, we see the same from Travis. Kind of, I was getting at earlier, kind of feeling out your opponent and meeting where they're at.
Yeah, Texas Card House sticking with the full big blind ante, even all the way down to heads up. I really like that personally. It definitely does give you something to fight over. What do you think, Mike, about reducing the ante when you get down to shorthanded play or heads up?
I like it as in theory. I think I like it, especially with 1 hour levels. You're really removing a lot of the play by not. So I think like once tables get four-handed, I'd like to see the big blind ante become a small blind ante.
Okay.
It also just like makes sense. It's more congruent with like how like translating over from the old ante format as far as how much there is to play for. It shouldn't really stay the same in theory, right? If we're just expediting everyone anteing individually.
Give you all the chances to get there.
Well, I mean, like, yes, that was the sort of concept of transitioning. Like, we're just going to make it easier to make the pots right. So,
but as far as chips committed, I mean, right? Like, really, when you get down to four-handed, or like five-handed from 10, it should be half as much because there would be half as many antes in there.
It's not that I disagree with you. My only point is that the correct way to think about it? Just because that's the way that we started doing it, like, should we maintain that mentality, or should we recognize like that there's a different paradigm, which is that we just have a full ante or something, right? Like, it's not to say that one way is right or wrong. It's just
absolutely,
maintaining that perspective from the old sort of approach isn't necessarily just like the correct way to do it.
100%. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Well, personally, I prefer traditional ante and heads up, no ante at all.
Wow.
Like, I'll give him more play heads up.
Good on Travis for not just going all in with the queens, even though Ethan's sub 20. I would have maybe liked to see slightly smaller, but 3.5, 4x? Totally within reason. Ethan, I like the continue by Ethan.
Things are definitely dangerous at this stack depth, though. We're talking about SPR under 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And Ethan better hope he doesn't decide this is a good board to, like, run a bluff.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he'd be doing something horrible. I'm just saying because we can see the cards, it would turn out horrible.
It would be, lights out.
Hey, the 7s are still in the deck, guys. Come on now.
Of course, he's not trying dead. Like, I'm surprised actually he has, that much equity. But, it would just be a spot. It'd be unfortunate. And he would think like, hey, I have 4 cards to the straight. Like, how bad can this be? And I probably have lots of fold equity.
Yeah, I would
maybe get him to fold all of his like ace highs and stuff.
If one of those cards was a spade, I think as Ethan, I would have been incentivized to peel one off and see if I could float and take one down on the turn.
Sure. Well, here's what you love to see in the chat. We got Mr. Will Lottie, the one of the nittiest guys you know. He says, "Full ante, please. Let's incentivize aggression." All right, let's go, Will.
Well, it's one of those things. There's no right or wrong answer. There's preferences on that. I've always preferred the traditional ante method, and most of the tournaments who actually did used to just remove the ante heads up, and I just like that better. It's kind of like how this tournament we had 30-minute levels day 1, and then 40, and then 60. Like, as you guys are like getting into the money, we'll give you more play, and now you're getting to the big money at the final table. We'll give you even more play. And so it's like, heads up, let's give them more play by removing the ante.
Yeah, that's something that you don't. That's definitely a way to increase the playability of shorter stacks, and it's not something that I see any sort of tournament directors really implementing nowadays as far as structuring. I haven't even really considered it, removing the ante entirely when you get to heads up, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, I definitely live in the other camp. I like that there's something to fight over.
So David, does Ethan really have a Wikipedia page? Or are you just making stuff up in the chat here? He's like, if you look at Ethan's Wikipedia page, like, I'm like, does he even have one? I mean, it's fine if he does. Good for him.
I think of the 5 of us, you're the only one with a Wikipedia page currently.
I think that's right. Ethan here flopping top pair. It's bottom pair for Travis, and it's still top pair here now on the turn. SPR just barely over 1.
David says, yes, Mr. Commentator, he does. I just made it.
Well, you have to, like, not just everyone can make a Wikipedia page, right?
I think they can, and then they ultimately get
No,
reviewed.
I think you have to have like a certain authority, like as a volunteer at Wikipedia, to make a page. I think you can add commentary to a page, but I don't think you can just create one.
I can't.
But I
speak
could be wrong.
currently.
I could be wrong. I'm not betting it.
I know that when I was in college, anyone could make a page because we used to troll our friends and create pages, about the night before and stuff. But
the reason I'm saying all this is that I know that for years Alan Kessler complained about not having his own Wikipedia page.
He sure did.
And I have a good friend of mine who is one of those people that can make Wikipedia pages, and so he looked into it and he was like, hey, but even he had to convince someone else, he said, that he deserved a page. And so he made Alan's page. And the funny thing is, since Alan's, slightly autistic, I think Alan's great, but he definitely has his moments. And when he was informed by my friend that, like, oh, I made your Wikipedia page, instead of saying thank you, his first words were like, did you remember to include this and this and this?
1 million.
All right, Ethan, after winning that last pot, I should say, is chipped up to just under 20 big blinds. Going to open the button with a suited king jack. Travis here with the blackjack defend.
Yeah, I'm defending all my suited hands here. He just wants to hope it doesn't come hearts. It's going to be bad news if it comes hearts. Great news for Ethan, bad news for Travis. And Travis is saved. He'll likely get away from this hand without putting any more chips in. Now, if you're going to have any kind of check back range, I think this hand needs to be in it.
1 million.
Checking back king jack, hearts specifically.
Just top pair, good kicker. Like, it's a hand that, given his stack size, he's never going to get away from, even like if a club comes on the turn. So if you're going to check back, like some of the hands you miss, you need to check back some of these hands that are so nutted or close to nutted that, I'm not saying you should check that hand every time, certainly. But if you're not going to see bet 100%, you got to mix in some of your checkbacks have to be hands that, you're willing to get it all in with.
Yeah, I think that there could be an argument for checking back some of the absolute worst king highs, but some of those better ones are just going to have our opponent pipped too often that they deserve betting. And on a board with 2 connected cards and 2-tone, there's going to be plenty that continues for Travis.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are the spots where the, like the kind of bot that, I forget the name of that one that was playing like the heads up 5 or 6 max game and stuff like that. Or not heads up, it was playing like 6 max against a bunch of top players and destroyed them. It's definitely in a spot like that, it's kind of mixing in a little bit of everything. There weren't many spots where that program did the same thing every single time. Yeah, other than like you jam and I call with the nuts. That's like, other than those kinds of spots, almost everything had at least a small amount of, 0.5% of the time I do this instead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for our viewers that are new to poker or new to experimenting with solver tools, that's such an important distinction and a point to make, is that, anyone can try to memorize outputs and look at, sometimes raise, sometimes call, but you really should be focusing your attention on the why the solver is saying what it's saying, so that you can bring that information to the table and make good judgment and use good decision making in real time, because a lot of times from a computer standpoint, you know, the EV or the equity of making a decision is going to be the same. It's going to be indifferent. You could do, you know, dealer's choice. You can do whatever you want with a certain hand in a certain decision point. So if you're not guiding your decision making with a, you know, good logic, you're going to be flying blind and you're going to step on your own toes.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, you know, succumbing to, you know, sort of being too fancy syndrome, right? Where it's like, oh, well, I've been looking at all these solver outputs and it's mixing all of these outputs and, you know, this, you know, range is really wide, but I have to mix this and that and the other thing. You just like get completely confused by trying to actually replicate that when at its fundamental level, it basically is saying like, you're just going to have a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't really benefit from one action over the other because you're so wide in these spots. And so it's like, how do you navigate and how do you sort of develop like your instincts for how to progress and also just like read your opponent when you're sitting across the table from somebody and you've developed a little bit of a hand history against them. Like you got to put that to work and use that to your advantage. Like, you know, these two guys have played enough here over the course of tonight and perhaps the last few days that they should have a reasonable suspicion about like what the other guy is capable of doing and what they're just never doing, and you can really use that to narrow down your decision tree.
I know that even at the highest level, you know, you definitely have two camps where, you know, amongst the most theoretically sound high rollers, even many of those players, you know, are randomizing. They're looking at a clock to decide in situations where an action is indifferent, but many others are feinting the randomization and are actually, you know, making a gut decision for whatever reason or another, but they're going to go deeper down and look at the more intangibles, game flow, recent hand histories, looking someone up and down, etc. You know, the energy, even the effort. I've heard things like the energy that they're feeling. Yeah.
This is a spot where Ethan might figure that there's very little chance. Oh, no, he's full. I mean, that's a spot where it's like 9, you know, paired board. Travis is very unlikely to have a 9 or a 7, and I can just jam it in here with my gut shot straight draw and feel like there's a great chance he'll fold. So I was about to say, like, that could be a spot where he could get himself in trouble and not play the hand bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And from Travis's standpoint, while I like that he's willing to bet with trips, because I think that a lot of people are like, oh, they want to just exclusively trap when they make a massive hand, especially heads up. You know, maybe there's an argument to be made that with the 6 in your hands, you're blocking a lot of your opponent's check raise bluffs. Maybe the 9-6 would be a good check back because of that. I don't really know, but something I might be thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely, you can get down into the weeds, and I mean, from like solver output and study sort of level, it definitely is interesting.
This also could be an action flop. I mean, for, you know, at a full table, you're thinking like, okay, second pair and a, you know, 1 card straight draw, no, not that big a deal. But heads up, these are both pretty good hands.
Absolutely. Second pair top kicker is like a top pair weak kicker, and like a full ring, and Travis has a lot of semi bluff equity.
So blank on the turn.
Yeah, so far though we're seeing just relatively tame play, right? Like we're not going for value with our second pairs. You know, there was that time earlier where it was like king 8-3 and the 7-3 for Ethan. Didn't bet the 3 for value, right? We're just sort of trying to get to showdown.
Yeah, I mean, if Ethan had played this hand like raise on the button, he's probably getting called by Travis. And then C-bet the flop, he's getting called. And he could jam the turn, maybe get called, and then double up in hindsight. Well, he's getting called anyways. It's not an all-in, but
He trapped me.
He trapped me. Even with Queen 5, that's a fairly, you know, what's the word I'm looking for?
800,000, right?
A light call?
Yeah, light call. I was looking for a different word. Adventurous call or something.
Ambitious.
Ambitious. That's a better word. It's a pretty. It's kind of an ambitious call there. It's like even if he's bluffing there, he could turn over the king high or something like that.
High on life right now. What is it? 4-2.
I like that line. I'm high on life right now.
The same question over and over again. It's not because I'm retarded. I just haven't had sleep for a while.
I'm sensing like Ethan's kind of in the moment, really dialed in. I am sensing a nervous energy from Travis that he's just like, let's get this show on the road. He can sense that victory is within reach, and I think he's ready to be done with it.
Yeah.
I think that's right. And also, like, let's just be fair. Like, Travis has played well tonight, no question, but he has also just been absolutely smashed by the deck.
Absolutely
and
on fire.
You can sort of, like, I've seen this happen before too, where one player just steamrolls the table, then gets down to heads up, even with a massive chip lead, but now they just have to look at, like, E4 every hand, but they have to play it, or, like, make a decision with it, where it's not just like an easy fold and then these other guys beat each other up and you move closer towards first place. It's like, no, you have 8-4, bro, like, you have to play it. And it can actually take, like, a mental toll on that person who's been running so hot to now think that they're running bad or that they're card dead or whatever. And really, it's just like normal card distribution that earlier they just folded and it didn't really matter to them. Now it's happening all the time.
That momentum shift is real, and that self-doubt can kind of creep in. There's so much pressure having to play every hand. You're not sitting anything out. And, you know, this could be over in one hand. This could be over in, 90 minutes. This is, all it takes is a few murky, undecided decisions that don't go your way for the self-doubt to create one massive momentum shift or one massive misstep that shifts the count.
So 6.
Yeah, and for all those Ethan fans out there in the chat, right? I mean, they're hoping for a big double up that would get Ethan up to 15 million. Travis would take a hit down to 36 or so, 34, I guess. And now we're talking like a little bit better than a 2-to-1 chip lead instead of 5-to-1. So, huge swing as far as the momentum, and then just like how does it play out from there?
This could be it. This could be it.
This is likely to be I mean, I think he's 100% correct to go all in here.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
All right, we had an all in and a call.
Here we go.
So he's a 70-30 favorite here to win the tournament.
Ethan all in at risk, needs help. Beautiful flop there if you're Travis. Down to an ace and an ace only. Can Ethan bring it back from the brink? He cannot. It's going to be a full house here for Travis as he takes down the inaugural Trailblazer main event $1 million guaranteed tournament for $166,000 and a little extra 420 on top of that. 166, 420. Here,
oh my God, finally.
For our man Travis.
What a run. And
manifest this.
A great runner-up
myself
finish by Ethan. Turns down the drop three-handed, was able to ladder, make himself an extra 20K or so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was, I thought pretty much everyone played really well. There was a few hands we discussed that were kind of a little iffy. But really, I mean, the quality level of how people play in $800 tournaments is night and day compared to what tournaments were 10 plus years ago.
Yeah, and what an incredible life run here too. Let's just give another shout out here to Travis, finishing second just a couple months ago in a big $1 million guarantee tournament up in Dallas. Gets another shot at it here, seals the deal, brings it home, and eclipses his high score of 145 from just a couple months ago. His friends in the background there for Ethan sort of giving him some props for his big win as well. But yeah, just an absolutely incredible showing here from these two finalists. And we look forward to more big final tables here on TCH Live as the Trailblazer Tour continues to move around the state. Well, I'm Aaron McAvoy. Hanging out with me tonight has been Greg Raymer, main event winner, as well as bracelet winner over there in the Tulsa area, Mr. Michael Perroni. Thank you guys so much for tuning in with me tonight and hanging out. It's been a pleasure. And for everybody out there watching us on the internet, we appreciate you guys tuning in. And we look forward to seeing you next time. So take care, everybody. Good night. We'll see you next time.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.